A very early good morning to those joining us direct from Latin America, from our partner universities in Peru and Ecuador. I expect they may be dialing in a little bit more throughout the day, and we have a live stream that people can watch back. But we also have around 400 people signed up to join us virtually today, so this should be a great event. So my name is Amy Major. I am the Programme Director for the full-time MBA here at Saïd Business School. And of course today, as you may know, has been led and hosted by our Latin American club, led by our MBA students. But today is much more than just about our MBA here at Saïd Business School. This is about the entire continent of Latin America. So distinguished guests, speakers, students, wider members of the Oxford Saïd community, the Oxford community and beyond, we are delighted to welcome you here to Saïd Business School in the heart of the University of Oxford, a truly global community, one that is always open to global ideas, sees the value in conversations, in discourse, in debate and global networks. And today, in particular, gives a huge welcome to the spirit and vibrancy of Latin America. It is increasingly, of course, more important in the world we live in today that we as academic institutions engage with and understand global business, its challenges and its opportunities. And this is why we're so proud to host this event. This is now our third Latin American Business Summit here at the Business School. We held our first forum a couple of years ago, coming out of that crazy time that was the COVID pandemic, in very much a 2-day-long, completely hybrid forum. And another we held just about a year or so back, but a much sort of shorter evening event. Today we have a perfectly formed and very highly well-organised agenda. It's completely action-packed, with the theme Latin America Uncovered, Stability, Opportunity and Sustainable Returns. Allow me to firstly say some thank yous for those who have made today completely possible. Our co-chairs of the Latin American Business Club, Melissa Sanchez and Benjamin Gonzalez Milan. Please give them a round of applause. Along with our wider committee, you'll now excuse my Spanish pronunciation. I studied French and German at undergrad. Camila Alegría, Maria Jose Zambrano, Eduardo Flores, Carlos Chabowski and Carlos Araujo. I know there are many other students involved in today and making this all happen, so thank you to each and every one of you. The team has poured their hearts and Latin American energy and vibrancy into what is going to be a fantabulous day. They've been working on this for many months around what is a very intense academic one-year MBA. They even had the energy to put all the final touches to this after delivering notably the very best dance moves of the entire MBA cohort last weekend at our annual MBA ball. I would also like to pay a big thanks to Alicia Meyers-Glocker at the back here, who is our MBA events manager, our AV, IT, social media and catering teams, and everyone else in the school who has made today possible. So why is Latin America important to the Saïd Business School community? Well, we have an alumni community across our accredited degrees, our executive education portfolio and our custom clients that spans the continent, with over 20 alumni ambassadors in place and regional ambassadors across the continent. Perhaps many of you will know that the appetite for graduate management education in Latin America is growing. We are certainly proud to have Latin America making up just around 4% of our MBA cohort this year. We have seen that as high as 8-9% in the past, and we certainly hope that an event like this will be a catalyst for that growth. Incoming in September, as much as we do not wish to say goodbye to our current cohort just yet, we have students from 9 countries across Latin America joining the MBA this September. If we look across to our part-time portfolio, both our executive MBA and our executive diplomas, participation from Latin America rises to an average of around 9%. So this is amazing to see in those more flexible courses where people may travel in and out of Oxford. So this is a little bit about Latin America in our own Saïd Business School orbit. But let me bring you on to, of course, why it is important that we are holding this summit here today at Saïd. Well, LATAM, of course, in the global context, is not a stranger to challenge and economic shocks, the rising cost of living, geopolitical crises that we see across the globe. And of course, a region facing the tensions that many face according to tariffs, labour productivity, and notably, the severe adverse effects of climate change. There are, however, signs that the region's tide is turning, and so that brings us to the important theme today of stability, opportunity, and sustainable returns. I won't lift the hood or bonnet, whichever American or English language you're using. I will allow you to hear from our expert speakers and keynotes and panelists who are going to enlighten us all today. With that, I invite Melissa Sanchez, current MBA, Laidlaw Foundation Scholar, and co-chair of the Oxford Latin American Business Club to the stage to introduce a short video welcome from a surprise, exciting guest. I hope you all enjoy today. I hope that we see as much conversation going on as was in the atrium throughout the day. Enjoy it and really take the opportunity for all you can. Thank you, and I hope to see you throughout the event today.
All right. Hi, everyone. Buenos días. Bienvenidos. Good morning. Welcome. So thank you, Amy. Thank you to our distinguished guests who are supporting us in this project. As Amy mentioned, we have had other iterations of this event before, but not at this scale. So we're hoping to just continue building on this and making it even bigger, and just to really set up Saïd and Oxford as a place of discussion for Latin America and its promise here in the UK and across Europe. So we have a little bit of a surprise, and I wanted to give you a little bit of a story behind it. I think as Latinos, we love a story. So we started working on this, as Amy mentioned, a few months ago. It was an idea that we discussed, Benjamin and I, at a pub here in Oxford, which is where a lot of our ideas start. But it really gained momentum when we had the opportunity to talk to El Presidente Guillermo Lasso, former president of Ecuador, who came to the Oxford Union and really encouraged us to organize this event and to talk about specifically the perception of risk around investing in Latin America. So you'll hear from President Lasso a little bit later, but he also was very excited to help me connect with someone who's a little bit closer to home for me, which was the president of the Dominican Republic, Luis Abinader. In that conversation, he gave me President Abinader's number and told me to call him. I didn't call him because I'm not in the habit of calling presidents out of the blue, but we did send him a message, and he was kind enough to send us a message for today. So I am very happy to introduce the president of the Dominican Republic, who is helping us kick things off today. So here we have a
Señoras
message
y señores, estimados líderes empresariales y políticos, distinguidos miembros de la comunidad académica de la Universidad de Oxford, queridos organizadores de esta cumbre de negocios de América Latina, reciban primero un cálido saludo del pueblo dominicano y mi más sincero agradecimiento por esta honrosa invitación a participar como orador principal en esta importante cumbre. Es un verdadero privilegio estar hoy de manera virtual en este espacio histórico del saber, símbolo de excelencia intelectual y de visión global. Nos congregamos en un momento crucial para nuestra región. América Latina enfrenta, como el resto del mundo, una transformación profunda, una transformación tecnológica, económica, energética y social. Pero también estamos frente a una oportunidad única, porque mientras el cambio global sacude los cimientos tradicionales, los pueblos resilientes, decididos y creativos de nuestra América Latina están listos para emerger como protagonistas de una nueva etapa de desarrollo e innovación. En este contexto, la República Dominicana se ha convertido en una de las economías de más rápido crecimiento de América Latina en todos los sentidos. Este crecimiento no ha sido fruto del azar, sino de decisiones firmes, de reformas estructurales y de una visión de país que apuesta por la estabilidad macroeconómica, la protección social, el Estado de Derecho, la inversión extranjera responsable y la transformación digital como pilares de nuestro futuro. Nuestro país ha demostrado que se puede crecer incluso en medio de incertidumbres globales, que es posible atraer inversión, fomentar el emprendimiento y fortalecer nuestras instituciones al mismo tiempo. En 2024, la República Dominicana registró una de las inflaciones más bajas de la región, uno de los crecimientos económicos más altos. Nuestras reservas internacionales alcanzaron niveles récord y el clima de inversión fue reconocido por organismos internacionales como uno de los más atractivos del Caribe y Centroamérica. Pero lo que más me llena de orgullo no son las cifras, es la convicción de que estamos construyendo una economía más humana, donde el progreso no es un privilegio, sino una posibilidad para todos y para todas. Hoy me gustaría compartir con ustedes 5 claves que desde nuestra experiencia pueden servir como base para un crecimiento sostenible y transformador en América Latina. Primero, estabilidad y confianza. Las inversiones florecen donde hay previsibilidad. Fortalecer nuestras democracias, nuestras instituciones y nuestro Estado de Derecho es el mayor atractivo para el capital que busca impacto y seguridad a largo plazo. Segundo, infraestructura para la integración. En la República Dominicana estamos apostando por convertirnos en un hub logístico del Caribe y de las Américas, mejorando puertos, aeropuertos y corredores viales. Una región más conectada es una región más competitiva y con mayores oportunidades. Tercero, talento y educación. Sin capital humano preparado no hay desarrollo posible. Por eso hemos ampliado la cobertura educativa, modernizado la formación técnica y profesional y promovido la capacitación digital para jóvenes y emprendedores. Y aquí quiero detenerme un momento. No es casual que esta cumbre se celebre en una universidad, porque no hay futuro posible sin el conocimiento. Las ideas que se gestan en las aulas, las investigaciones que nacen en los laboratorios, las preguntas que inquietan a los estudiantes, son la semilla de todo progreso real. Y si hay una institución que encarna ese espíritu de búsqueda incansable, esa vocación por comprender y transformar el mundo, es la Universidad de Oxford. Oxford es mucho más que un emblema del saber. Es un puente entre continentes, entre generaciones, entre disciplinas. Desde aquí se ha irradiado pensamiento, ciencia y valores que han ayudado a construir sociedades más libres y prósperas. Que una cumbre latinoamericana tenga lugar aquí no es solo un honor, es una declaración de principios. El desarrollo que buscamos debe estar fundado en el conocimiento, en la verdad y en el diálogo. Por eso, agradezco profundamente que la Universidad de Oxford, a través de su Saïd Business School, haya abierto sus puertas para pensar juntos el porvenir económico de nuestra región. El cuarto pilar que quiero destacar, sostenibilidad e innovación. América Latina tiene un potencial inmenso en energías renovables, en agricultura inteligente y soluciones basadas en la naturaleza. La innovación no es solo tecnología, es también ambiental y social. Y aquí nuestra región juega y jugará un papel clave. Y quinto y último, alianzas público-privadas y cooperación internacional. Nuestro desarrollo no será solitario. Necesitamos sumar esfuerzos entre gobiernos, empresas, universidades y organizaciones internacionales. Eventos como esta cumbre son una muestra del diálogo que debemos impulsar con más frecuencia, más profundidad y más ambición. En este sentido, la República Dominicana ofrece hoy una plataforma abierta y confiable para quienes deseen invertir en el corazón del Caribe, con acceso a los grandes mercados de América del Norte, Centroamérica y Europa. Nuestra ubicación estratégica, los acuerdos comerciales vigentes, nuestro compromiso con la transparencia y nuestro talento humano nos colocan como un socio ideal para proyectos transformadores. A los líderes reunidos hoy aquí, de América Latina, de Europa, les digo, inviertan en nuestra región, apoyen nuestras startups, vincúlense con nuestras universidades, ayúdennos a escalar nuestras soluciones, porque América Latina no es solo una promesa, es una realidad en marcha. Y sobre todo, no olvidemos que el crecimiento económico, si no genera oportunidades, si no reduce desigualdades y si no protege el planeta que habitamos, será un espejismo. Nuestro verdadero reto es que el desarrollo llegue a todos los rincones de nuestra geografía, a todas las familias de nuestras naciones. Como decía el economista y filósofo Amartya Sen, el desarrollo y la expansión de las libertades reales que disfrutan los individuos. Esa debe ser nuestra brújula. Con convicción y con esperanza, trabajemos juntos por una América Latina que sepa innovar, colaborar y liderar, que no tema soñar en grande ni cambiar lo que ya no sirve. Señoras y señores, el mundo está cambiando y América Latina será un pilar y un puente con Europa. Construyamos juntos ese pilar y caminemos unidos ese puente. El momento es ahora. Muchas gracias.
I'm happy to be able to say that we will be touching on each of those 5 pillars today, and that similarly we have representation from many of the fastest growing economies in Latin America. So we will have a conversation that's really representative of the region, and to precisely touch on this point of bridging, and what we can do to bridge across regions and in the region. I'm very happy to introduce His Excellency Rafael Ortiz, the ambassador from Costa Rica, who will be delivering our keynote today. So, Ambassador.
Good morning. For a second there, I was kind of scared. I didn't find my speech, and I had it here, and she was taking it. So fortunately, I have it here with me. First of all, thank you so much for this invitation. It really is an honor to be here today. So to the faculty, I would really greet Amy Major as the Director of the Master in Business Administration, and the students for Latin America, Melissa, Benji, and the other great representatives of our nations that have put this together. So, as the ambassador of the happiest country in Latin America, as the studies say, Costa Rica, it is really a privilege to have been selected to deliver these words of welcome today and to share with you the profound significance of the relationships between the United Kingdom and the Latin America region. This connection is rich, it's multifaceted, and is continuously evolving, touching on economic ties, cultural exchanges, strategic partnerships across a diverse group of countries. Standing here, I feel the responsibility and the exciting challenge of capturing in just a few minutes a relationship that spans continents, industries, and holds immense promise. I look forward to exploring with you, not only now, but the rest of the day, and with the high-level speakers that will follow this, how this relationship is shaping opportunities for business, and how very clearly the President of the Dominican Republic laid out those pillars. Talking about Costa Rica specifically, it is often known for its stunning natural beauty, but what's even more impressive is the model that it offers for sustainable development. For more than 75 years, Costa Rica has had no standing army. Instead, we've invested those resources into what truly strengthens a nation, as the President said, education and healthcare. Today, over 97% of our electricity comes from renewable sources: hydropower, wind, solar, and geothermal. Sustainability is not just a policy goal for us, it is a way of life deeply embedded in our identity and national strategy. Costa Rica boasts a highly educated, multilingual workforce with strong capabilities in technology, life sciences, digital services, and advanced manufacturing. Costa Rica has established 18 free trade agreements, which represent or reach 66% of the global GDP. This grants preferential access to key markets such as the US, the United States, the European Union, China, obviously Mexico, and Canada. This extensive network, combined with its strategic location in a convenient time zone and excellent maritime connectivity, positions Costa Rica as a natural hub for nearshoring. We proudly export to 160 countries around the world, offering more than 4,300 different products. Medical devices is now our main export, and it represents a very important part of our export economy, accounting totally for approximately 27% of our total exports. Additionally, the service sector has become a key pillar of our international trade. It now represents 30%. Traditional agriculture continues to play an important role as well. Bananas represent 4% of our exports, and pineapple another 4%. Here in the UK, they are actually our main exports. And just to point something, during this first quarter of 2025, we have North America, which the United States, Mexico, and Canada have remained the leading destination for Costa Rican exports with a 17% increase. Growth was also recorded in exports to Europe, Central America, and Asia. However, exports to South America saw a decline of 12% due to shifting regional demand and logistical challenges. And I think this is something that we will need to discuss further, why in our region we need to integrate more. So these figures represent the diversity, innovation, and global reach of our productive sectors and underscore our commitment to continued growth through international collaboration. In the case of Costa Rica, we are celebrating 177 years of diplomatic relations with the UK, with the United Kingdom. And we recognize this as one partnership that has stood really the test of time. Throughout these years, we have been steadfast allies in promoting democracy, advancing climate action, and defending human rights. But that collaboration goes far beyond those vital areas. We have been partners in expanding trade and commerce, attracting tourism, and strengthening our soft power. In the face of today's environmental challenges, Costa Rica and the United Kingdom have chosen to lead through partnership and action. Together, we are at the forefront of the global efforts to tackle climate change, protect biodiversity, and build a sustainable future. Our collaboration shines through initiatives like the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People, where both nations champion the goal of protecting 30% of the planet's land and oceans by 2030. Costa Rica and the United Kingdom, obviously different in size, but together we prove that our true leadership lies in bold ideas, shared vision, and decisive action. This spirit of partnership extends beyond environmental cooperation. It also defines our growing economic relationships where trade, investment, and innovation are increasingly guided by the same principles of sustainability and mutual benefit. Over the past decade, our trade relationship with the UK has experienced steady growth, expanding at an average rate of almost 4%. As we said before, among the top 10 exported products to the United Kingdom are bananas, pineapples, but also our leading export, like we mentioned before, medical devices, other fruits as fresh watermelons, our gold coffee, sugar, melons, and other tropical fruits preserved in juice, cassava, and frozen pineapple. And I believe this year, and maybe our representative from our promotion agency, Garcia Ottati, will tell you more about this. These key products not only showcase the diversity and strength of our export sector, but also highlight the important role they play in sustaining our trade relationship. And if you're also curious, to anyone's surprise, our two top imports from the United Kingdom are vehicles and whiskey. Beyond trade, investment flows are another strong pillar of our bilateral relationship. Costa Rica continues to stand out as a premier destination for sustainable investment. In fact, we are proud to be ranked #1 in Latin America and #3 globally in greenfield foreign direct investment, a reflection of our stable business climate, skilled workforce, and commitment to sustainability. This means that relative to the size of our economy and population, we attract more new investment projects than any other country in the region. In 2024, foreign direct investment flows into Costa Rica reached a historic total of $4.3 billion, marking a 14% increase compared to the previous year, which reflects a success of attracting 61 new projects. Costa Rica is also highly competitive in attracting foreign direct investment, as evidenced by the fact that we are home to over 800 multinational companies employing more than 300,000 Costa Ricans directly and more indirectly. Importantly, also to point out is that female leadership is making a significant impact in Costa Rica in the foreign direct investment ecosystem, driving the country's development, innovation, and competitiveness. Key sectors such as life sciences, digital services, and semiconductors have been at the heart of this growth for many years. And we are especially proud of the strong presence of British companies like AstraZeneca, GlaxoSmithKline, Experian, Smith & Nephew, which have found in Costa Rica a trusted and strategic partner. In 2023 alone, foreign direct investment from the UK totaled more than 20 million, reinforcing the strength and potential of our economic relationship. And our country was recognized as a country with higher than expected performance in foreign direct investment, attracting 7 times more projects than the size of our GDP. Costa Rica and the United Kingdom continue to deepen our relationship within international economic forums. Not only has commercial partners, but also has steadfast allies in these global negotiation arenas. And so I will highlight just 2 examples of that. It gives an example of this partnership. Costa Rica just had the honor of becoming the most recent member of the OECD in May 2021, just 4 years ago. Our accession to this distinguished group of nations marked a significant milestone in our national development journey. With the United Kingdom's expertise, guidance, and commitment to shared principles, they were instrumental in helping Costa Rica meet the organization's rigorous standards. Today, as full members, we are proud to collaborate closely with the United Kingdom across a wide range of OECD initiatives, as inclusive growth and sustainability for trade. And so it is really with great pride that I share that Costa Rica chaired the OECD ministerial meeting that was held this week. This was a moment really of special significance for our country, and we were honored to carry out this responsibility with the invaluable support of the United Kingdom. The focus of this presidency was sustainability, digitalization, and trade, establishing the motto, leading the way towards resilient, inclusive, and sustainable prosperity through rule-based trade, investment, and innovation. Another notable example is our goal of accession to the Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, CPTPP. I made it. It's always hard to remember that one. A process that our Ministry of Foreign Trade is giving priority at the highest level. This agreement brings together countries from across the Pacific Rim and is designed to promote free trade, economic growth, and regional cooperation. As the newest member of this agreement, the UK has played a supportive role for Costa Rica, sharing valuable experiences in the accession process through the negotiation of teams in both countries. And this is really a great example of how our countries can bridge with the UK. So we are really, truly pleased and honored to be the next in line to begin this process of accession to this important trade bloc, with other countries in Latin America's Uruguay and Ecuador have also applied to join. This agreement brings together a dynamic and forward-looking group of countries committed to high standard trade and economic integration. So all of this demonstrates the United Kingdom's role as trusted partners to Costa Rica, whose leadership and cooperation continue to strengthen our multilateral engagement. These international economic forums enable us to enhance our trade and investment ties in ways that bring tangible benefits to both countries. As we look to the future of trade relations, it is clear that regional cooperation plays an absolute and a very important role. In this context, the association agreement between Central America and the United Kingdom stands as a cornerstone of our economic and political partnership. It not only facilitates trade, but also strengthens dialogue and cooperation and development across the region. This agreement is in force since 2021, ensures legal stability, and provides the foundation for the relationship with the United Kingdom with our region. The agreement has also ensured continuity of the preferential relationship between Central America and the UK after Brexit. Among the main economic and political blocs in Latin America also we have, and I imagine we'll talk about that today, Mercosur, the Pacific Alliance, the Andean Community, among others. However, it is essential to acknowledge that one of the region's key challenges lies in the lack of effective coordination and articulation between all of these groups. This fragmentation significantly undermines Latin America's ability to present a unified front and gain greater influence on the global stage. Nevertheless, there are also promising examples of successful cooperation. A notable case is the Alliance for Development in Democracy, formed by Costa Rica, Panama, and the Dominican Republic. This alliance has achieved tangible progress in political dialogue, trade, and sustainable development. And it really stands as a testament to how shared vision and political will lead to effective and impactful regional integration. So, as we reflect on the remarkable partnership between Costa Rica and the United Kingdom, it becomes clear that our bilateral success is part of a broader unfolding story, one that encompasses all of Latin America. The United Kingdom has a unique opportunity to deepen its ties, not just with individual countries, but with Latin America as a whole. So let us now take a wider lens and explore how this relationship is evolving across the region and why Latin America should not be seen as a forgotten corner of the world, but as a strategic partner to embrace. First of all, it is a region without nuclear-armed countries, without ongoing dangerous conflict points. Most of the area consists of open societies and democratic governments, which still face significant challenges. Overall, it is a region with a wide range of diverse interests and perspectives. Critical minerals like copper and strategic resources like lithium, which are necessary for the energy transition. However, as we all have witnessed, the international order, and as the President just mentioned, is undergoing a profound transformation, with competition intensifying across every sector and continent. Latin America is not immune to the growing tensions between global powers. The United States remains a crucial and often the largest partner in some of our Latin American countries, as in the case of Costa Rica, but also China is a dominant partner for the major Latin American economies, especially as a primary export market for raw materials and agricultural commodities. Factors such as the second presidency of Donald Trump and its tariffs, alongside the growing ambitions and influence of China and Russia, place most of the region at pivotal crossroads. In this context, it is no longer possible for many countries in Latin America to remain neutral. Instead, for example, Costa Rica adopts a more pragmatic approach, balancing interests and forging strategic partnerships. These dynamics present both challenges and opportunities, making it essential for Latin America to navigate this evolving landscape carefully while seeking new alliances and strengthening existing ones with each of the main trading blocs. In this context of uncertainty, Latin America and the United Kingdom have the opportunity to reconnect as trusted spaces for doing business and building partnerships, offering stability and collaborating in a rapidly changing world. Specifically with the United Kingdom, the trade agreements with the Latin American region, as we mentioned before, the UK and the Andean countries trade, the CARIFORUM UK trade, which is in a provisional application, the United Kingdom and the Central America Association Agreement that we mentioned, the Mexico-UK Continuity Agreement, the United Kingdom and the Chilean Association Agreement, and the recent accession to the CPTPP, which includes key Latin American economies and means over 99% of the United Kingdom goods exports to member countries will be tariff-free, offering a significant boost to trade. So the relationship evolving post-Brexit, therefore, there are still some ongoing negotiations, multilateral deals, and continuity agreements. It represents a small share of the UK's overall trade, but there is a promising growing recognition of the region's potential. While traditional sectors such as agriculture remain significant and open to fresh opportunities, new market prospects are emerging in specialized fields and areas of shared interest, including renewable energy, as leaders with, like we mentioned, resources and minerals strategic for the energy transitions, life sciences, infrastructure and technology, and creative industries. The United Kingdom's exports to the Latin America region have increased 35% in the last 5 years. And also on the foreign direct investment from Latin America to the United Kingdom has amounted to 125 million in the last 2 years. So the United Kingdom's government has also demonstrated its strong commitment to building deeper trade relationships across Latin America by appointing the Prime Minister trade envoys to individual countries in our region. Actually, the one that is designated for Panama and Costa Rica and the Dominican Republic is traveling there next week. These envoys work very closely with the Department for Business and Trade to promote British businesses and unlock billions of pounds in export opportunities. A prime example actually is the Dominican Republic, where a strategic partnership worth £2 billion has been signed, focusing on transformative infrastructure projects in sectors such as water, healthcare, energy, and transport. In parallel, the United Kingdom has successfully resolved, which is very important, approximately 1.3 billion pounds in trade barriers in the financial year ended in March 2023. This enables smoother access for British goods and services across Latin America and the Caribbean. To ensure that United Kingdom businesses are ready to seize these opportunities, the UK Export Academy provides free training and export guidance on international trade, including on how to maximize the benefits of agreements like the CPTPP. These actions clearly reflect the United Kingdom's dedication to fostering long-term partnerships and supporting British companies in expanding their presence across Latin America. In 2022, Latin America accounted for around 2 to 3% of the United Kingdom's total trade in goods and services. Although this share remains relatively small, it does mark a significant 45% growth compared to previous years. This sharp increase highlights the region's importance as a trading partner and signals substantial opportunities to further expand these economic ties through these targeted trade initiatives. So, in today's complex and rapidly evolving global landscape, there is a clear call to action. We must definitely seek new partnerships. We must think with creativity, and we must diversify our trade strategies. Relying on certain markets alone is no longer sufficient. Latin America presents a compelling opportunity as a region rich in potential, resources, and skills. And by strengthening the ties with Latin American countries, the United Kingdom can unlock new sources of growth and resilience, positioning the region as a key trusted partner. The opportunity is just to grow. So in conclusion, while Latin America may appear diverse and fragmented, it is a vital and dynamic player in today's evolving global landscape. The relationship between the United Kingdom and Costa Rica, I think, offers a clear example of how modern values-based partnerships can thrive, rooted in equity, sustainability, and mutual respect. So as Oxford MBA students here in the Saïd Business School, as future leaders of industry, policy, and innovation, I really invite you to look beyond these traditional markets and see Latin America not as a distant challenge, but as a region of opportunity and creativity. Let Costa Rica serve as your case study, a country where profit aligns with purpose, where sustainability enhances competitiveness, and where innovation is deeply tied to human development. We reaffirm our commitment to deeper ties and call for renewed UK engagement in Latin America, which is ready to partner, not to be overlooked. The future of business is global, and Latin America is ready to be part of it. So we firmly believe that the process of countries exchanging goods and services through trade, collaborating and supporting each other with cooperation will not diminish going forward into the coming years. There are definitely parallels in geopolitics as in business cycles. There will be peaks and valleys. They will come and go. But even the superpowers with adversarial positions will need to come together to confront the existential challenge of climate change. Governments and international political, economic, and financial organizations, some of which are present here today, must continue to create and implement sound policies that permit platforms to grow, that generate opportunities, and most of all, as the President said, the certainty that businesses require to transit what I think we should call the bridge of prosperity, with creative innovation, with full-fledged commitment for sustainable and equitable growth. We recognize the magnitude of the challenges ahead, but we are confident that by working together, we have the strength and capability to overcome them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Ortiz, for those words. My name is Benjamin. I'm a very proud Mexican and Latin American. And I thought I would give you a little bit of context. So we wanted to cater this event for everyone, not only people from Latin America, but also for people that were in other parts of the world, in developing economies, and that wanted to come and learn from a region. So that being said, and after the words of the ambassador, this next panel, we're going to be talking about the opportunities and challenges we have as a region. So please welcome our next panel, Navigating Uncertainty, Latin America's Role in a Shifting Global Order. Please welcome Andrés Arusca, Director of Brazil Studies Institute of King's College, Juan Terán Jurado, Head of Corporate Affairs of Canning House, Jaime Diaz, Executive Vice President of the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, and Zacarias Ayub, Trade Commissioner to the UK from Costa Rica. Please welcome them with a round of applause.
Everyone, we'll get started in just a second. I'm very happy to be moderating this panel. I have a background in policy, so this is a little bit more of my wheelhouse. And I'm also, as you know, of Dominican descent, but born and raised in the US. So I think I'm particularly positioned to talk about what I'm sure all of you are ready to talk about today, which is this geopolitical moment that we find ourselves in. Is this better? Yes? No? We need another mic? Testing. Is that a little better? Yeah, okay, there we go. And then I think we're missing Andresa. Yes. Okay, so I thought it would be great to have everyone introduce themselves a little bit and continue this conversation around representation from all across Latin America. So of course we've gotten the perspective of the Dominican Republic and of Costa Rica, but this is a very exciting panel from that perspective as well, because we have lots of Latin America's largest economies represented on this panel too. So I will turn it to Andresa to introduce herself and provide a little bit of context around Brazil.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and I'd like to thank all the organizers. I think we can all agree that this is a fascinating event. My name is Andresa, and I'm the director of the King's Brazil Institute, and I was previously here at the University of Oxford directing the Brazilian Studies program at the Latin American Center. So it's always a pleasure to come back, and I see some familiar faces as well, so it's very good to see them. And well, speaking about Latin America and Brazil today, I don't know, Melissa, if I can already give you a little bit of context to the region, because talking from a non-commercial perspective, but as an academic, I think when we think about business opportunity in Latin America and we think about the political economy of the region, it's good to also think of why we talk about Latin America and why it is important to see ourselves as a region. And when we think about our historical past and our economic landscape, I think it becomes very clear that the export of commodities, for example, is one thing that unifies a lot of us in the region. And the export of commodities has been there since colonial times. Like, we know that Latin America has been producing primary goods to the world since the very early days. However, there was a time when we think about the substitution of imports that we try to, via protecting our industries, to diminish this reliability on importing manufacturers and exporting commodities, because it was very clear that this was creating a very difficult dependency, a very difficult development trap, where we would export like cheap products, we would import manufacturers, and how would we change that cycle? So this was an effort that was done through protectionism, development of industries in Latin America, and foreign debt. And we know that when the debt changed around the 70s, we had the 1980s in Latin America, which was called the lost decade. And at that time, when countries start to default and their economies start to shrink, and we had the so-called Washington Consensus and a decade of economic change in the region, we had to rethink that. What are we going to do? How is Latin America gonna invest? And then we had different cycles where we had like pink tide and so on. And now I think it's the time, and we can talk a little bit more how Latin America has been still like reprimarizing, still investing in the exports of commodities, but what has changed as well, like with some countries like Brazil, for example, also heavily industrialized. So in terms of change and continuity, I think we have a lot to think about. But above all, I think it's important to say that some of those challenges refer to all countries. And that's why, as a Brazilianist, I'm also a Latin Americanist, because I do believe that the example of Brazil and the challenge of Brazil, they're also true for many other countries in the region. And it's very important that we learn from countries such as Costa Rica, which is one enormous example in the region. And when we talk about Brazil's leadership or the biggest economy in the region, I don't think that goes without challenge, because I think there are many lessons for Brazil still to learn. But I will stop here because I think we have a lot to talk today. Thank you.
Thank you, Andresa. And I think that sets us up. I think that really sets us up to hear from the rest of the panel, so I will let them introduce themselves, but you'll see, I'm sure, that they've been doing a lot of this work around changing the way that the economies in Latin America have been structured historically. So I'll turn it to Zacarias.
Well, very good morning for all being here, and thank you for having us today. It is a privilege for us and for the country be a part of this audience. In terms of what we do from Costa Rica, we come from a small economy. You have to consider that Costa Rica, we're 5 million people. So since we have memories, we need to do more in terms to access the markets that we have. Since we have launched our office here in the UK over a year ago, our mission has always diversify, as my colleague was saying, diversifying what it could be understood as commodities. It's always to be in contact with the potential customers here in the UK and try to offer added value in the different sectors that we propose to be. So for us, it has been a challenging experience because since we started with the fresh product sector, such as the pineapples and such as the banana, and now we have become our larger main sport are medical devices. Now we have become going into services. Now we have gone into education right now. So it's a constant effort of diversifying, and providing alternatives to our clusters in our region, and try to make the best alliance for our exports and in terms of investment to try to bring always an added value to our economy. That's the key factor.
Thank you, Zacarias. And I think that tees us up for Jaime's introduction, so he can talk to kind of his work around what he's done for the whole of Central America.
Well, thank you, Melissa, and I appreciate what you are doing with Benjamin to put this, Latin American Forum. I think this is a legacy and the first of permanent, way in which business, investment, and economic policy can be discussed at the highest level in Oxford. So my name is Jaime. I am acting Vice President of the Central American Bank for Economic Integration. It's an amazing institution. 65 years ago, 5 countries in Central America, just 1 year after the IDB was created, a couple of years after the IDA Fund for Economic Development from the World Bank Group was created, just gathered together, put $20 million, $4 million every country, and they put some capital and they said, we're going to invest in our future. And the future is how are we going to create a region that's integrated? Because, like Zacarias was saying, we are all small countries, but if we scale up the countries and we integrate our countries, our region is going to be more valuable. Today, we have over $20 billion in assets. We have the best credit rating in Latin America, and we are an innovative institution. We have the first woman president, Costa Rican Gisela Sanchez. You have the youngest vice president in the history, and we've been, doing amazing jobs, leveraging funds to tackle the most sustainable challenges. Most daunting challenges such as climate, sustainable investment, human development, infrastructure, and helping the private sector to grow and the governments to invest in critical, challenges like what Andrea was saying. And finally, I just want to say, what the story I am telling you from Central America also can scale up and replicate for Latin America. And that's why I see that these kind of spaces, like the one that Oxford is putting together, and that your business students, is so valuable. Just put some numbers. 7.2% of GDP is produced in Latin America. It's highly underrepresented. Latin America can do more. And I think if we can see our region as a whole as an scapegoat of this uncertainty and of these challenges, this could be, the opportunity for the region to leverage and gain more prominence in the economic voice of the region.
So I will let Juan speak a little bit more about this point of integration from his perspective as former trade commissioner to Ecuador, and now working on some of these bridging initiatives that we've been talking about this morning at Canning House.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you, Melissa, thank you, Benjamin, and thank you to my compatriota Maria Jose for the invitation. As mentioned, my name is Juan Terán Jurado. I'm the head of corporate affairs at Canning House. I'm also the co-chair of the Anglo-Ecuadorian Society, and I was the former trade commissioner of Ecuador in Germany. I would like to start by highlighting some facts about the importance of the Andean region in the world. Of course, I will focus more on Ecuador because of my experience, but I will start with Colombia. So the first thing to mention is that Colombia is the second more biodiverse country in the world. It is also the third largest exporter of coffee, and it's the largest exporter of emeralds in the world. Then Peru is number 6 in biodiversity, it's number 3 in reserves of copper, number 4 on zinc. It's the largest exporter of blueberries, and also is the second exporter of copper and zinc. Bolivia is number 9 in biodiversity. It's also number 10 in lithium reserves. It's number 7 on zinc export, and also is number 4 in tin export. And Ecuador is the largest exporter of bananas. It's the largest exporter of shrimp. It's the second largest exporter in the world of canned tuna, and also is the most biodiverse country by square meter in the world. So this is to give you a little bit of context why the Andean region in this case is relevant. As I have already mentioned, it's key for the extraction of minerals for the energy transition, and also is a source of food for the world.
Amazing. So we will get back to the point on commodities and crucial minerals later on the panel and later today. But I won't bury the lead any longer. I mentioned at the beginning that this is a context-setting conversation and that we would be addressing kind of the geopolitical moment that we find ourselves in. And the ambassador from Costa Rica mentioned that we have to account for and talk about kind of the situation in the United States and the policies of the new administration and what that means for the region, and how Latin America needs to revisit some of its traditional partnerships and expand kind of its strategic outreach. So I think we can start with that question for all of you. How should Latin America kind of position itself amid this changing dynamic with its largest, oldest traditional partner, the United States?
How do you want to start?
We'll go like around, or?
I think President Lula's visit to France is already saying a lot, and the how can I say, desperate attempt to start like a bigger partnership of Mercosur with the European Union. I believe this is also can be mutually beneficial, as both sides are facing of course, tariffs and issues with trade with the United States. China also overcame the United States in terms of being the biggest trade partner in the case of Brazil. But above all, like the issue of diversification will come back here, I guess, because they have a dependency on partners, and also on what is exported to those partners is always a vulnerability. Because of the dependency, like if a country such as China deaccelerates or stops importing from a country such as Brazil, then the effects are quite immediate. Also, it's vulnerable because of what is being exported. We know very well that the reliance on commodities export is also a climate difficulty. Whenever you have a natural phenomenon and that can impact on the price of those commodities or the availability of, for example, rice or beans or corn or something like that, any of the crops, that is a problem. When you have an environmental disasters, as we had in Brazil with dams that bursted, then that's also a vulnerability. So diversifying the economy, diversifying the economic partners, I think become more evident than ever. And I think there are now efforts to do that as soon as possible.
Also, the situation that is going on right now, it obliges we as a country, as I mentioned before, you need to diversify. You need not to place all your eggs on the same basket. So we have been doing this for ages, trying to look into the products and to look at the different sectors to try to achieve and try to say, well, hopefully with because we have a high dependency from the U.S. market. We understand that, but we also have a lot, many strategies in order to access different sectors in different countries. That's in the case of the UK, what we're trying to achieve. Just a quick example, we have a base pineapple that goes into the supermarkets, but we also try to work out with the juice, with the frozen pineapple, with the convenience stores, and try to work along with partners in how we can access better the supermarket in different segments. That's a key factor. So I think an answer is to try to diversify not just the products, but also the channels and the regions as well.
Yeah, well, I believe like this is the opportunity not to tackle only diversification, which is, I will say, the number one policy that you need to take, but also to reinforce your regional alliances or partnerships that you have. Because the way I see it, like when we look at Central America and Mexico and the Caribbean, it's the most related to the U.S. market. When you look at the elasticity, the correlation between, growth or trade is higher in this region than South America or the Andean countries. But what's very interesting is like for all Central American countries, the main trading partner is the US, but the second biggest one is the region of Central America. I'm putting an example so that you understand. Most of the time that we have to talk to, I will say, Salvador authorities, like a Minister of Infrastructure, to help to open the way for customs or bridges to finish in order to enhance trade with Guatemala. Or we are always talking like how, like more containers can go to San Pedro Sula, the port in the Caribbean, such that more exports from Guatemala can also get, faster to the U.S. market. So the thing is, when you see that the U.S. is having an expected economic growth that is going to be less, it's going to be reduced. The recent IMF says that it's around expecting 1% less economic growth for this year compared to their forecast last October. That you need to just recognize that probably the answer to keep growing is first in diversifying the products, the regions, but also to strengthen your partnerships. And when I look to the region in Central America, Latin America, it was only 0.4% revised downward economic growth, which was less, than the U.S. And the second thing is when you look at Central America was not, touched. Actually, Guatemala, Dominican Republic, Guatemala, Dominican Republic, and Costa Rica are growing over 4% expected by the IMF. That means that's double, the size of Latin America, that's 2%. So again, I'm coming back to say, during times of uncertainty, just reinforce your neighbor alliances, the regional alliances, and I think Latin America could be an interesting way in which you can look at opportunities to diversify the destination for your trade and investment as well.
Thank you, Jaime. And Juan, I'll let you answer the question, and I'll add another little element to that, which is I think we've received some examples from the rest of the panel about some of the strategies that Latin American governments are already leveraging to kind of address this moment. But what would be some of your recommendations around ideas for how Latin America can strengthen its voice in seeking some of these outside partnerships and responding to this moment?
Well, I think in general, Latin America needs to be pragmatic about the decisions that we take. We have to diversify our markets. We cannot depend on any specific country to export our products. But at the same time, I think the position now that we're facing with our largest trading partner is also an opportunity for Latin America. As you may know, the U.S. administration has imposed tariffs to the world. Most of the tariffs were higher or were tried to put higher to the competitors of Latin America. So that actually gives an advantage to the Latin American countries. We need to keep positioning ourselves as a reliable supplier for all our markets. We don't get involved into world issues like wars and other things that could affect the political relation between the U.S. and Latin America, and also is the proximity to the US market. We are close to the US. We have similar views on how society works. We're more Occidental than other countries. So I think we are positioned in a strategic situation right now, even though it's very, it changed very fast. At the same time, I think we have an opportunity now to continue to deepen our relations with the US specifically.
So to your point about being a reliable supplier, and we've talked a little bit here and there about commodities and what we're currently exchanging with our existing partners. What are, first of all, your thoughts on kind of moving away from reliance in the region on commodities, or diversifying away from commodities? And what are some strategic sectors that you would flag as being really important and really promising in Latin America at the moment? So I'll actually start with Jaime, and then on this I'd love your thoughts.
Well, thank you. I believe what we need to take, like I think the ambassador put a nice example. We are one of the regions with the most important, so we are a sustainable region. We have biodiversity. So our natural capital is very important and is there for the world. When we talk about critical minerals as well, we have that. So when you look at that, we have a sector where we need more research, more innovation, how to do it in a sustainable way, in a patronage, solution. I think climate transition in the region is accelerating at a pace that we cannot see in any other area. And I think with that, you can have a solid foundation to start going and look at different sectors. Then, look, food security is still an issue in the world. Climate change is here to stay, and the crises are coming in a different sizes and also in a different level. So I think we need to keep seeing, not only adaptation, but also how we can enhance, value chains in terms of food. And like Zakaria said, it's not only about commodities, putting more value added and doing it in a sustainable way. Third, population. I told you about the voice that we have in terms of economic, representation, 72%. In terms of population, we are 8%, but you know what? 8% with a lot of youth. Look at this panel, I don't know about the age, but and we are the happiest region in the world. So I think the human capital, and it's great to be here in Oxford because this is a bet. It's an investment that will have important returns to the region. So you look at Central America, in the country I represent, I'm from Guatemala, the age in average is 30 years old. So you still have there a possibility to keep investing in services, in the digital transition, in a different way. And finally, but not last, we need to get involved and be more active into the new industrial policy. So the revolution of AI is something that is changing the world already, will change and will shift the way we work. And we need to be leaders and we need to take accountability of this transition as well in our countries and not just adapt the technologies or just follow. We need to take a way and more voice in these new technologies.
And there's your thoughts on commodities and strategic sectors.
Yes, I will move to the case of Brazil more specifically, just to give some examples. What happened with Brazil, different from countries such as the UK that deindustrialized and invested more in finance and knowledge? Brazil did not deindustrialize in that sense, but it reprimarized its industrial assets. So the lack of diversification comes from more finance lines and more opportunities in the sectors that are related to commodities, especially the agribusiness, the oil, and mining. The consequence of that has been that the country has become more expensive without people becoming wealthier or not equally wealthier. So it compensates some foreign direct investments, it compensates some investors, it generates a more reliable currency that creates makes the country literally more expensive, creates more local inflation. However, the population are now becoming wealthier because there's also heavily unequal job opportunities that are created. And not to mention that extractive industries are now also labor intense, so you create few jobs, not a lot as you used to do in the past. And the jobs you create, they are very unequally compensated. So you create some jobs for engineers on top levels, but you also create very poorly paid jobs when you create a lot of jobs at all. So in my research, for example, we show that the biggest assets in mining are not the biggest assets in job creation. So there is a mismanagement there, and that is not always in the public discourse. So people still think that investing on that will generate growth and will generate development, and that's now the discussion currently in Brazil with exploring oil in the Amazon basin. That a lot of senators, even people who are traditionally from the left, from progressive governments and from environmental sectors, they are saying, no, we need to do that to create jobs. There is absolutely no evidence that this will create a lot of jobs or that those jobs will be for locals. If anything, there is a migration of certain skilled labor for the few job positions that are created. And there is a massive gender inequality when those jobs are created. So that is a very necessary point to take into account. The laws of biodiversity, the environmental laws, migration issues, health issues, inflation, inequality, and gender. And then what are we doing to change that? Well, there are some initiatives to create something like sovereign funds. I don't know if you have heard about that. For example, the state of Espírito Santo has one because of dependencies on oil. But the sovereign funds are usually run by banks. And no offense to any bankers, but banks, they... But banks, they are also protecting their assets. So the banks are not gonna, when they talk about rediversifying and invest in sovereign funds, they will not put their money in the local bakery of Mr. Jose. They will put their money sometimes in some of the leading industries. So it's not necessarily, again, empowering society as a whole, and not especially empowering those who have been at laws with land laws and evictions and so on. So sovereign funds are just not enough in terms of who they benefit. And then what we have is the happiest and one of the youngest generation, regions in the world, but also with a very great perspective in terms of labor markets. So in Brazil, and just to finish, a lot of young people are now moving to the gig economy, informal sectors, and informality is huge in the region again, but with precarization, and we know with COVID-19 the dangers of these precarious day-to-day earnings, and the military services, which the propensity of young people to join the army in Brazil is up to 45%. That doesn't mean enlistment, but like how likely you are, how much you'd like a job in the armed forces, as high as that. So think about our past with military dictatorships. I think that is also worrisome. Thank you.
So I think that really brings me to my next question for Juan, actually. Around institutions and political stability in the region, which is something that often gets cited in conversations around foreign direct investment in Latin America, but also its ability to kind of diversify in this way. So Juan, would you speak to kind of political instability, stability in the region, institutions, and kind of what we can do on that side of the equation?
I think we need to keep working on our institutions. One of the biggest problems Latin America has is that we don't have a unified voice when we negotiate or in the international arena in general. So basically, we negotiate our agreements in a one-to-one basis, And let's be honest, when you have a larger economy, for example, negotiating a trade agreement with a smaller economy, the larger economy will have the advantage. So it's not the same situation. It would be better if we could negotiate in a multilateral or a group of countries like the Andean Community or Mercosur or any other institution. So we need to keep working on the integration of Latin America. We can start, I think, with small steps, having maybe a South American integration, and then continue to do something larger that accounts all Latin America. But I also think what we can do, and it's a little bit more practical, is to have innovative ideas. I wanted to mention about a specific tool that the Ecuadorian government used recently, 2 years ago. So the Ecuadorian government executed a debt for nature swap for the conservation of the Galapagos Islands. So this was basically the Ecuadorian government purchasing bonds at a discounted rate and then selling blue bonds linked to the conservation of the Galapagos Islands. So this saved the Ecuadorian government around $700 million US dollars in payment of interest and the bonds itself. And also it helps the conservation of one of the most biodiverse regions in the world. So the people who bought actually the bonds were, institutions who bought the bonds were also interested in supporting this initiative. And in this case, they were also benefited because the new bonds were also supported by the Inter-American Development Bank and by the DFC of the United States. So the certainty of the payment of the bonds was higher than before. A second exercise was I have to mention, this was the largest ever debt swap conversion that had happened in the world until that time. 1 year later, Ecuador did the same, but in this case for the protection of the water resources in the Amazon region. So they again bought bonds from the bonds, and they sold new nature-linked bonds for the conservation of the Amazon. And between these two executions, Ecuador saved almost $1 billion. And also the people who bought the bonds had a more certainty that they were going to be paid because of the support of the Inter-American Development Bank and also from the DFC of the US. So in general, I think we should have new ideas and see ways in which we can portray Latin America as an important player in the international arena in general.
Yeah, thank you for those examples. I think those were amazing. And I will turn to Zacarias, because I think Costa Rica has also, traditionally been a country that really innovates in terms of aligning kind of economic growth with nature-based solutions and social equity. So can you share from Costa Rica's example, kind of what practices some of the other economies in Latin America can institute to kind of build and innovate in this way?
I think although we have gathered 3 beautiful countries here, but I'll have to say the situation with Brazil. Brazil is a continent, right? It's a huge country. But Ecuador is a large country. We have to recognize our difference in terms of size and population. That's how the strategy comes along, right? 3 pillars in our case. First, you need to work as a cluster from the origin. You need to work as a joint team together in order to plan a strategy specific to either you go to a destination or distribution. The other factor that I consider this, we need to go along with this is the country brand. You need to allocate not the company, but the country brand that supports the companies that goes along in your effort. And third, you need to have a presence, meaning you need to be close to your potential customers all the time. You need to have a presence in key events, like trade shows, like missions, like agendas, and to know the needs of the market in order to let them know what you can provide, and also to hear from them how can you adapt the product and services to their needs in the market. With those 3 pillars, you can start understanding how you can, again, sorry for reinventing the word, to diversify and to adapt the product. Universities, for us, are a key factor. We have a cluster of the University of Costa Rica, so for us it's a privilege being here in order to see what alliances can we make between students, how alliances can go between universities, how can we go together in terms of investigation, in terms of an exchange of knowledge, and all, because everything comes from the universities in order to be implemented with the companies and eventually with the country. Three basic factors.
Thank you for that. And I think that that's the point at which I'm going to turn it to the students in the room and everyone else, and see if there are any audience questions for our panelists. If you just raise your hand. Yeah, we have somebody here and here. So in the white shirt here in the middle.
Hey, morning everyone. My name is Sebastian. I come from LC. And I would like you to ask for your vision to what is needed to strengthen the intra-regional trade. Because in these times of uncertainty, many stakeholders point that Latin America should integrate more. And one of the things we see in these kind of trade unions, that like the European Union, is that the trade intra-region, it's a very large part of that economic movement. What is needed in Latin America to see Colombia commercing more with Ecuador and Costa Rica and the other countries within Latin America, especially in the scope and because I think it's part of how we can surpass this idea of just exporting commodities and give more value added to all the products that we produce. What is needed for?
Thank you for that question. I'm going to add to it because I think all of you also mentioned integration quite a bit, and there was a little bit of conversation before the panel about the possibility of a Latin American bloc and having kind of that level of collaboration across the region. So if you could speak to kind of the possibility, viability of something like that.
Yeah, maybe I would start for answering the trade, and probably Zacarias also knows a lot because it's what his vocation is. But I think look, who trades is firms with firms, right? Private sector. So it's very important that you amplify the channels. That the broadband of trade should be amplified. But sometimes what we do, or what countries do, not intentionally, is that you have problems. Think about this like a cable, like a broadband. Sometimes signal doesn't come easily when you have your phone and is disconnected. What are the main problems or binding constraints to trade? That's the first thing that you have to ask. And usually is to have a stable economy. When investors look outside the region of Latin America, what's the number one thing that they ask or question? What do you think? Political instability, some said here. So that is kind of the thing. And to be honest, I come from a region, and you look at the reports, the instability is less than the perception. And we need to keep, investing in that, make institutions that are solid. That's first. Second is infrastructure. When you see how much it takes for a shipping, container to go from Latin American countries to the major markets in the world, or to trade from Mexico to South America to Central America, you have very daunting challenges from optimization of ports, of operations, of logistics. So you need to have this level playing field very well. Andresa said something important. Is also the sophistication of businesses, and where you have good jobs, quality jobs happen. You need to keep, business that are able to export. And I remember there's a famous paper, and I would not go through it, but just try to read it. It's called You Are What You Export, from Danny Roderick. The name is, and the thing is, you need to be intentional on choosing the sectors, like he said, and create good quality of jobs. And the jobs are going to come from middle sizes, for firms that are able to create hundreds of jobs, because the informality is the reality in the region. So I don't think the small and medium enterprise, the informal sector, is not the one that's going to be exporting that much. It's going to come from creating these elements for entrepreneurs to grow. But sorry, I can keep talking about this later on during the coffee time.
So I think we have time for one more question. I saw a hand here. Yes.
Thank you. My name is Diego Salama. I'm an executive MBA here. I want to push you a little bit on this integration thing, because we seem to be talking a lot about things that the private sector can do and so on, but let's talk about the politics for a second. The processes of integration in the region seem to be aligned more politically, so the people who like each other create yet another alliance, yet another community. Let's forget about the OAS because we don't like it for some reason, and then the Pacific Alliance is there. There's the Mercosur is there. Is the Andean community still alive? I'm not entirely sure. So what are the real possibilities that we can depoliticize political integration that can then lead to the actual creation of a Latin American bloc? Is this really even possible?
I don't think this was for me.
Yes, I think, well, it's difficult. I think,
I think the Andean, he would let you know that the Andean region is still alive.
Yeah. It's difficult because, as you mentioned, most of the associations, trade associations or blocs are created according to political views. And when the political views change in one specific country, then the whole institution is dismantled. So it's a little bit, it's a challenge that we have in Latin America, but I think actually I do agree with my colleagues that this has to be pushed by the private sector. But because when there is a necessity for integration, then the political sphere will follow. So I think we should invest, and going back a little bit to the previous question, in promoting inter-regional trade, but for that we need better connections between our countries, because one of the main issues is that we are not well connected to export and import from neighbor countries and within even the region, and also to diversify, because most of the countries in Latin America have very concentrated exports in specific products, and most of them are producing the same. So we produce fruits, we produce oil and gas and this kind of minerals. So if we produce the same, then we're not gonna buy from each other because we are exporters of that specific product. So we need to diversify and create a necessity for businesses to trade more together, and then after that it will come the integration. But at this moment, the only thing that I think it will actually create pragmatic integration, regional integration in Latin America, even it is not the whole Latin America, it will be political will. When politicians decide that it's beneficial for the region itself and not only for a specific kind of point of view from left or right, then we will integrate in a better way that we have done until this moment.
We'll bring them to Oxford. We'll have them meet here. Thank you all so much. Please help me thank our panelists. Yes. We have just a moment, we'll do one picture, and then we have another perspective actually on the point of political stability. So. All right, guys.
Gracias. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Gracias. Thank you so much. I really hope you enjoyed that panel. Following up on what Mr. Zacharias said about investing in education, I want to address the 300 students that we have online from Latin America, especially from Peru, from the Universidad César Vallejo, from Ecuador, from the Universidad San Francisco de Quito, and also from the state of Guanajuato in Mexico. And I really hope you guys, especially speakers, can help us reach out more students for next year. And now, following up on that, we have to address the elephant in the room, which is the insecurity in Latin America, which is the biggest topic when we talk about risks in a region. So for that, we have Dr. Lea Jimenez, who is coming from the Development Bank from Latin America and the Caribbean, who gracefully are also the main sponsors of this summit. And thanks to them, we were able to subsidize a couple of the tickets for some students. So please welcome Dr. Jimenez to this conversation. Please, a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. It's a true pleasure and honor to be here with you today at Oxford University. I have the honor to talk about the elephant in the room. It's hard, but we have to do it. Oxford is an institution synonymous with global dialogue, rigorous debate, and commitment to shaping for a better future. We are here to discuss Latin America and the Caribbean region's role in the world's economy. And I want to talk about something that rarely tops the agenda at business summits, but really should. I want to talk about security and justice. I do not want to address them as burdens, but as levers for development, for innovation, and regional cohesion. Our region has everything, absolutely everything the world needs: food, water, energy, an incredible biodiversity, minerals or metals for the digital and energy transition, and more importantly, above all, it has an amazing and young human capital. What we need is more investment. And key precursors for investments are better regulation and better institutions to support the rule of law and democratic governance. At a time when the world is seeing the highest number of conflict in recent history, the message for us is clear. Without security and justice, there is no sustainable and inclusive development. And without sustainable and inclusive development, there is no security and justice. CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, has been working on this intersection for over a decade. Our 2014 flagship report was among the first from a multilateral institution to address crime prevention and control head-on. Since then, global agendas like SDGs, particularly Goal 16, have reinforced what we have long known. Security and justice are not peripheral aspects of development. They are foundational. Latin America and the Caribbean faces a twofold challenge: high levels of violence and institutional fragility. The region has the highest homicide rate in the world. Over 400 people are murdered every day, and more than half of these crimes are tied to organized crime. But these numbers do not tell the full story. Each statistic hides a human face, a fractured community, a family whose future was erased. And these consequences are not evenly shared across the population. Young people, women, and the poor bear the brunt. The cost of this violence are staggering, about 3.5% of the region's GDP annually, and this is likely an underestimate. These resources could be used on education, health, infrastructure, but beyond the numbers, the erosion of public trust is profound. In most of the region countries, less than half of the population trust the police, In some, it is close to 1 in 4. According to Latino Barometro, only 23% of Latin Americans trust in the impartiality of the justice system. 63% believe they are not equal before the law, and 80% perceive justice in their countries as unfair or very unfair. Meanwhile, organized crime is expanding rapidly, making our region a global hub for illicit activities and markets, from drug trafficking and cybercrime to illegal mining and environmental destruction. That is, illicit players have managed to integrate the region. We have long talked about the need to integrate the region. They have managed to do it and to exploit the region's young human capital and natural resources for their benefit. According to the Global Alliance Against Organized Crime, in 12 of the world's 15 major illicit economies, Latin America and the Caribbean region plays a leading role. This security crisis is unfolding against a complex social backdrop. We are a region with over 21 million young people who neither study nor work. It was mentioned before in the panel. This is 1 in 5. And women are nearly twice as likely to fall into this category. Labor informality, which was also mentioned in the previous panel, remains one of the most persistent structural challenges in Latin America and the Caribbean. On average, about 50% of workers in the region are employed informally. In some countries, it gets as high as 70%, meaning they lack formal contracts, social protection, and access to benefits like health insurance and pensions. We also remain highly unequal. These aren't just social challenges. They are a developmental fault line. They feed exclusion and vulnerability to criminal activities and networks. However, given their magnitude, their importance, these challenges are also where the transformation of our region begins. In recent years, we have seen a promising shift across the region. Governments, development agencies and partners, and academia are beginning to see security and justice not as isolated issues, but as fundamental to economic growth and social cohesion. We have also seen a growing consensus on the need to address the root causes of low productivity, institutional weakness, corruption, inequality, and exclusion. Topmost among them, insufficient investment in human capital. There is also a deeper recognition that human capital investment is a broad concept where good nutrition, adequate housing, quality healthcare, education, and a safe environment to grow are all threads in a continuous fabric that leads to better quality jobs and formal employment, essential for improving the quality of life of current and future generations and keeping our youth out of trouble. At CAF, we are proud to contribute to this shift. Our new strategic framework for security and justice was launched last March, is designed to move us from strategy to action. This strategy focuses on long-term impact, not quick fixes. The framework centers on 5 key pillars: prevention and protection, meaning investing upstream before violence takes hold; police and criminal investigation, meaning strengthening professional capacity and public trust; judicial effectiveness, the rule of law, meaning ensuring timely, fair, and transparent justice; penitentiary reform, meaning modernizing systems to rehabilitate and not just punish; social reintegration, meaning helping victims and offenders rebuild lives and communities. These pillars are guided by 3 principles: international cooperation, data and evidence-based policy making, and democratic governance and citizen participation. We are all important in this challenge. Security and justice are not just a responsibility of the state. They are the foundation of trust. And trust is the currency of thriving societies. It is what allows a young entrepreneur to take a risk. It is what draws long-term investment. It is what transforms economies into communities. Across the region, people aren't waiting for change. They are building it. In Colombia, restorative justice is healing victims and offenders alike. In Mexico, blockchain is being used to improve transparency in public contracting. In Guatemala, women are leading reconciliation efforts in post-conflict zones. Some of the most powerful examples of social reintegration come from partnership between the state and the private sector. One such example is that of Chile, MAS R, led by the Ministry of Justice and Human Rights of Chile, developed together with the Military Institution of Public Security and Penitentiary, and with strong and sustained support from SOFOFA, Chile's Manufacturing Association, and private companies. The public sector part of the program is to provide vocational training and apprenticeship for inmates in sectors like metalwork, construction, and agriculture, often inside prisons. On the private sector side, over 100 companies have committed to hiring graduates or offering training facilities. This is a nationwide scale collaboration showing how industry can help build pathways out of prison, break the cycle of exclusion, and invest in our most precious capital, the human capital. These are not isolated examples. They are signs of a deeper shift. And we can do more. We can really do much more. Imagine a Latin America where countries trade legal standards alongside goods, where justice, tech startups collaborate across borders, where institutions are so strong that corruption simply cannot thrive. This is not a dream. It is a strategic horizon, and one that requires alignment between public institutions, civil society, and the private sector. Let me end with this. Security and justice are often viewed as obstacles to development. But what if we flip the script? What if they are our best bet, our catalyst for inclusion, competitiveness, and cohesion, for the long-awaited goal of regional integration? We always talk about regional integration. We still have so much to do in that area. At CAF, we are committed to helping countries in our region design and implement policies that are comprehensive, sustainable, fit for our complex realities, and that put people, citizens, at the center. Because the truth is, our mission goes beyond financing projects. We are not just a bank. It is about enabling progress, real, measurable, and lasting progress in our home, in our communities. To the students, leaders, and change makers in this room, Latin America and the Caribbean region needs you. Let's not shy away from the difficult conversations. Let's lead them with the clarity and the courage needed so that we can unleash the region's potential. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Andrea Lopez, Mexican-American, and part of the planning committee for the summit. Can you please go ahead and just give one more round of applause and thank you for Dr. Jimenez? His Excellency, Mr. Ortiz, talked about how Latin America is a region of opportunity and creativity. And that's one of the big takeaways that we want you to walk away with from today. And we're now going to hear a little bit more about the investment landscape in the region. So our next panel explores how innovation, entrepreneurship, and mission-driven investment are reshaping capital flows across Latin America. So please join me in welcoming Florian Kemmerich, Melissa Susana, and Damian Gillerson for our next panel on Capital with a Purpose, Financing the Next Chapter of Latin America.
Hello, everyone. Let's get close here. Can everyone hear to me? Yeah, the back, okay. Perfect. My name is Sebastian. I'm an MBA student from Colombia. If you haven't been in Colombia, please go. You're gonna love it. So today we're gonna speak about money. Well, not just money, but capital with purpose. And we're gonna see how perhaps that story is going to be crafted in Latin America. For decades now, before we thought that Latin America was a place complex, uncertain, perhaps difficult, but that narrative doesn't stand anymore. The reality is that the conditions have shifted, and the conditions are there to be a great place for impact investing. As you know, it's the lung of the world. It has 1/4 of the forests, 1/3 of the fresh waters. It's a huge food basket, and it's already driving innovation and impact investing in the sector. And the investors know it. Just in the past 5 years, the impact investing capital has tripled, just in the past 5 years. And besides that, more than 50% of the actual investors all over the world of impact investing from the GIN say that they are going to increase their investments in this region. So it's not about if this is an opportunity, it's about how we're going to tackle it, how we're going to build smart structures around it. And that's why today we have the honor of being with this distinguished group of panelists, and we're going to listen firsthand from them of how are we going to do this. So I'm just going to let them introduce themselves, tell us a little bit about their background before we enter into the panel discussion. Melissa, thank you.
Is this working? Oh, perfect. Well, first of all, I want to thank Melissa and Benjamin and Sebas for putting this together. I think these places where we can have these idea exchanges are crucial to having more articulation between our geographies and between the systems. My name is Melissa. I'm Colombian, but I live in London, between London and Bogota. And I'm an investor. I'm an impact investor. And I'm very lucky that I get to do this through a few different roles. So I'm the co-founder of Asiri, which is primarily an impact investing vehicle. We invest in early stage social enterprises that bring goods and services to underserved populations. I'm an operating partner in EWA Capital, which is a VC fund based in Latin America, Andean region, that invests for impact with a gender lens. And I'm a principal in my family's office. And as they have let me be more involved, I've tried to move our portfolio more towards those impact investments.
Lovely. Florian.
Yes, my name is Florian. I'm originally from Germany, from the Black Forest. I live in Geneva, but I live in a Mexican home. My wife is Mexican. My 5 kids have a Mexican passport. Y la lengua madre es la de la mamá. So I have strong ties to Latin America, specifically Mexico, of course, but really in the region. I have been running in the past an impact asset manager, impact investing asset manager. We've invested over 100 companies in over 40 countries, focused on rural population, access to money, access to energy, access to healthcare, access to housing, and smallholder farmers. And then we exited this company about 3 years ago. And now I have basically 2 companies, but the one I most focus is called Human Planet. It's a management buyout I just did 6 weeks ago of a company I was leading before. And we design, structure, and implement impact investing vehicles which goes from the non-for-profit to the for-profit space. We do results-based finance. We've done a lot of impact bonds, not the floating bonds, but humanitarian impact bonds, refugee impact bonds. Yeah, different styles. We do blended finance a lot, where you basically use non-for-profit capital to de-risk the for-profit. And we also do equity and debt. We do this for corporates, institutional investors, INGOs, and multilaterals. And a lot of the sectors we focus on is healthcare, livelihood and education, and then climate. And climate can be energy, climate can be nature-based solutions, or climate can be agri sectors. And I'm glad to be here amongst so many kindred spirits. And looking at impact within makes me smile. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Damian?
Well, I'm Damian. I'm originally from Chile. I've been living here in London for the last 4.5 years, more or less. I created a company after being in academia for a while in Chile. My background is very different from Melissa and Florian. I come from the investment world, but from technology. I'm a computer scientist. I'm an engineer. And I started my career in asset management. Then I went back to university to work there in the computer science department. And then I created my company. It's called Abacus. And basically what we do there is we create financial infrastructure, technological infrastructure for asset management, banking, and family offices. And funny enough, most of my team is in Chile, but due to the depth of the capital markets in Latin America, we found more clients here in Europe and in the US than in Latin America. And that's why I'm here in England.
Thank you very much, the three of you, taking your time. We have, as you see, high quality speakers. Let's start by addressing the elephant in the room. So if we've seen the news lately, USAID or USAID, somebody knows, or USAID, as in our countries could be known, it just collapsed. Is that a vacuum? Is that an opportunity? How are we seeing this for the sector? Perhaps, Florian, you can give us your thoughts on that.
Yes, so when you live in Geneva, and you look from the lake to the city, you have the right bank where all the international organizations sit. Yeah, the UN, Doctors Without Borders, you name them, many organizations, the Red Cross. And on the left side, you have the trading platforms, the private money, the corporate banking, and they would never talk. They started to talk in 2017, 18, and 19 because the first wave of Trumponomics happened, no longer providing the aid for the aid sector. Then COVID came in, then the aftermath of COVID, of course, increasing interest rates. And now the government is back in a very much faster and aggressive way. And there's something happening which is very difficult because you have a lot of people in the world depending on aid and no longer suddenly have the money with programs, thousands of people. Just in Geneva, 5,000 people are losing their job as we speak this summer. That's on one side. On the other side, you have a lot of criticism because you use soft power money actually to keep people dependent. And you have influence on one nation or another. You're normally the nations with more money. And that's a part where it's actually unfair because free money keeps poor people poor. And from a dignity standpoint, it is unfair if you want to help someone because you're privileged and the person is not. Yeah, because the person wants to help themselves. Yeah, from a dignity, you want to climb up the ladder yourself. So in the same sense, there is a big criticism that's been there of that scheme of using aid money and the dependency. A lot of markets in Africa, for example, have been destroyed in a way because agriculture wouldn't be a normal business because people were, for political reasons, putting money in. This is now eroding very quickly, which provides on one side a hardship for these people who have been dependent on, organizations with amazing work on the ground suffering, not getting the funding, But as I see it, there is a silver lining of innovative finance, yeah, where in my term, I use that, you might be familiar with the term, you give a person a fish, you teach a person how to fish. And I would say you should invest in its fishing business. Yeah, that's when you sustain economies and livelihood. So that is an opportunity of innovative finance where you have to adjust risk, reward, return. So I believe there is, despite the hardship on the ground, which is terrible, the disruption is actually something which we can benefit from and come out stronger afterwards. But right now it's very turbulent.
Perfect, thank you. Perhaps moving up into another question so that we hear different perspectives. Why should global investors pay attention to Latin America? What are the opportunities there? Perhaps Melissa and Damian.
Sure. I think it was 2 years ago during Climate Week in New York, I heard somebody say Latin America is where developing countries are developing solutions. And that is a phrase that really, really stayed with me. I really like the idea of Latin America as this lab for, resilient and scalable innovation, because on one hand we have huge inequality, like perhaps some of the worst globally, but on the other hand we have really top-tier founders and entrepreneurs that are seeing the potential in solving problems for those underserved markets. So problems of lack of access to energy, education, healthcare, financial services. And I think aside from that, there's a lot to be learned from what has and hasn't worked in other geographies, what has and hasn't worked in the US, and I think especially in infrastructure, this is very interesting, and also what hasn't worked in Africa in places where we are perhaps more vulnerable. And I read yesterday, AWS put out this report where they surveyed over 400 Latin American startups that said 87% of them are using AI for their internal operations or products, and over 70% are already seeing real business benefits from this integration. And I think what this tells me is that we are very agile at quickly adapting new technologies to solve for those systemic issues. And I think that's where we're really strong.
Thank you. Damian.
Well, first of all, I totally agree with what Melissa is saying. We are a very resilient region for several reasons, because we have a lot of natural disasters, and we've had a lot of political instability in the last century. And I think at this point that can be an advantage, because as the world is complex again, we already have that experience within us. And also, of course, we are a natural resource rich region, and we have a lot of challenges to solve, like inequality, access to basic infrastructure, access to financial services, and that, of course, makes a lot of opportunities in order to for businesses. I think there's a great market, and I think for that, and we were just discussing this with Melissa and Florian, we need to develop capital markets, because now the problem is we're lagging behind if you compare it with other regions, especially in other developing economies like Asia, mainly developing Asia. We're having very fast access to financial services and other type of services, and Latin America, if you take Brazil out, because I think it's another continent, and as they were telling in the last panel, the rest of the countries are lagging behind, and I think this is very important for the next probably 10 years, that if we want to have a competitive environment for investing, we need to create infrastructure for developing the capital markets. We need more asset managers, we need more banks with the backing of governments and the UN, and in order to create a new environment to put the money into work. Yeah.
Those are great points, right? So infrastructure, you're mentioning how the world is so uncertain, and Latin America has a PhD in resilience, so we're kind of ahead in that curve, and also how developing countries are getting developed in Latin America. Now, just from moving into another angle, more from the impact side and the lens, is there a trade-off between purpose and performance, or is it an opportunity? Is it a false dichotomy? How do you see it? I know, Florian, you're excited about this.
Yes, again, we had yesterday a workshop jointly where we
totally recommend his workshops and his perspective on purpose.
Thank you. Yeah, and it's a little bit, the discussion yesterday was how to align your purpose with your profession. Yeah, because if you do this, work is no longer work. Yeah, and the advantage when you do impact or when you focus on impact, there is the passion behind, which is the purpose-driven. Yeah, and then of course you want to do this professionally. The problem we have is a fundamental flaw psychologically. First you make money, and then you do good. And as an impact investor, you sit between these two chairs, yeah, where the dark side financial person says, you believe you're doing financial returns? No, no. You do good, you're doing good, you're a tree hugger. And then you have the philanthropist looking at us saying, you say you do social good, but it's all about the money. You're a disguised shark. Yeah, and that's when you're stuck, because it's a fundamental flaw. And therefore, I think then the discussion comes, oh, there's a trade-off. Either you do good, and the more you do good, the less money you will earn, which is wrong. It is nothing else like a risk-reward return adjustment. Normally, if you do a riskier investment, you want to have a higher financial return. Yeah? The extreme to a Silicon Valley spray and pray. Yeah? And in order to do so, you have to look at how to adjust risk-reward return. And there are elements you can use where you shouldn't think about a trade-off. The riskier it is, you might not get a higher return, and therefore you need to use financial mechanisms to de-risk it. Blended finance is one of these components where you use actually non-for-profit money to protect the for-profit money, and you can even put debt on top. So it's a risk-return reward. It doesn't mean. Now, a big discussion within the impact investing arena is impact investing, not ESG, yeah, which is just the intentionality, but impact investing also looks at the additionality. So you want to bring capital where normally capital wouldn't flow. And so therefore, you see big impact investors where there is no additionality. Yeah? I'm just not saying this is bad, this is really good, but it doesn't resolve something, at least from a capital side. And the problem is you do small tickets, and if you aggregate small tickets, how do you plug it into the main financial markets? So you see a gap. And the more money, and I had this in the past, the more money we were raising, the more people we needed to do small tickets, the missing middle finance we were focusing on. But you could never tap into mainstream, because a mainstream investor, you know, coming from the institutional market, cannot run any Monte Carlo model, you know, to manage the risk.
Let me hold you there, because I think it's a great point for the next question. But I would like to listen the perspective. We would like to listen the perspective from Elisa in terms of purpose and performance.
I do think it's a false dichotomy. I think it's outdated to think that you can't have a company that is proving that it's doing well and also having strong financial returns. I think it's a competitive advantage to show that you have a business model that has purpose and mission alignment built in. I do think here there's an interesting question about measurement, and I think there's a lot of convolution around that because there's a ton of metrics. There's like the IRIS Plus, the Impact Measurement Program, the SDGs, and I think what I have learned as an investor, especially as an early stage investor, is that oftentimes you are a more costly investor to your investees because you are requiring more output from them, more data, more reports, and that's a burden on an early stage investor. So I think what we have tried to do, especially from Masidi, is do a lot of what we call shareholder advocacy. So being that person in the boardroom who's always pushing forward the impact agenda and bringing comparables, and maybe, yeah, you have to be the one that sets up the committee and maybe facilitates a workshop for the team. But I've seen a bit of the turn of the tide where initially it was us pushing that agenda, and now we're getting a lot of companies that are coming to us because they want to strengthen this pillar. And at EWA Capital, it's a very similar strategy, is how can we sit with the founding team and co-create that theory of change and identify those KPIs. And it doesn't have to be a ton. 3 is fine, 5 is fine, because if you start measuring, you can measure anything. But how can we then apply that to some metrics so that us as a VC fund can give our investors a more robust impact report? But I think the idea here is that it does have to be kind of like a bottom-up approach, and how can we work with founding teams to make sure that impact is embedded into the DNAs of this company, and we're all convinced of the value that this impact brings. And I think if you have a company where that is kind of baked into the business model, you have a more successful impact company. And you don't have an annoying investor asking you for reports.
Great. Moving on into perhaps one of the most important questions of the day, in my opinion, and it's what has to shift in impact investing so that we stop speaking about billions and speak about trillions? How is this going to be like the mainstream and scale into trillions, and what role can Latin America play? Perhaps, Damian.
Yeah, sure. Well, I think that, and probably you want to discuss this, both of you. I think there's a problem on the demand side, yeah? And for that, I think we need incentives, because we need to create markets, and we need to induce demand, okay? It's like when cities start building, like this is a very old discussion, and it happened in Chile, and it happened here in London, when you wanted to people start biking instead of like taking the car, you build infrastructure, yeah? And you induce the demand for like people going cycling to their jobs. And I think it works. Like the numbers of like people cycling to work in London were published last week, and I think like 50% or 40% of people go on cycle in central London to their jobs. And I think that's a great example of like inducing the demand. It's the same here for impact investing. We need to create incentives and, for example, tax breaks. Start creating blended finance funds and stuff like that in order to induce that demand. Because otherwise it will never go into the mainstream finance. That's my view. I come from probably like a normal asset management world, and that's how I see it now. I might be wrong because I don't come from impact investing. Yeah.
Thank you. Incentives, Florian?
Yeah, again, looking at Latin America, it's a little bit not an easy place to be, because you're 4% of the world's population. Yeah, and if you look at Africa and the growth and the Asia, yeah, and then so therefore and then from an impact investing point of view, you know, a lot of focus has been on Africa because it's very vulnerable. Yeah, so not enough, you know, not poor enough but not rich enough is a little bit something in between. And therefore, also listening to the previous speakers, I think an important part is really to create these clusters, and not only cluster on a national level, but clusters on country-wise. So the more Latin America comes together as a whole, including the continent of Brazil, and this is where, you know, we can speak Portuñol is also good, you know. But the point is, when you bring this power together and you open up, then you can tap into larger pockets of money. Because again, the problem is that if you have a government understanding not just providing free money, but to back financial markets, so that financial markets can take a certain risk, yeah, and then you can stake it forward. So and Melissa, you said it, you know, you have to things have to build bottom up, but they have to be brought together so that you can tap into the mainstream financial market. One example is we've created a company called Resiliencia, which is based in Puerto Rico. And the focus is basically we use nature to protect critical infrastructure for the people living at the coast, with climate change. And of course, as previously said, the region is heavily affected by climate change. And we have lived this with the Hurricane Otis in Acapulco. My wife's family has lost some homes there, and it came out of the blue within 5 hours from a tropical storm to a Category 5. But therefore, in order to brace that on the resilience side, you need to come together, use elements, and then align the interest, which is the difficulty, because very often these financial markets are very rigid, and innovation is not easily adopted. But the scale only goes if you have public, private, financial, entrepreneurs, and the need on the ground coming together.
Melissa?
Well, I think it's interesting you set the metric monetarily. So I mean, this is true to Latin America, but I think this is true of all developing markets. I think the big question mark is exits. I think if VC and impact VC is to be profitable and sustainable, we need to see more exits and we need to see more liquidity events. And I think it's been clear that IPOs will be the reality of very few. I think reaching that scale, especially in our countries, is going to be very, very difficult. So what those exits are more likely to look like are M&As and secondaries. And I think in secondaries, there's a huge opportunity for growth funds and late-stage funds to start playing a role. And it would be great if those funds could be Latin American, so we can also preserve that within the region. I think in M&As, in mergers, there's definitely the opportunity of different similar startups coming together and kind of creating a bigger market share, but that doesn't necessarily materialize as an exit as such. So maybe from like the acquisition perspective, it's how can bigger companies acquire those startups? How can corporates acquire those startups? And then through this more dynamism and this rotation of capital, how can we then, reinvest that capital into younger startups again? And I think, as I said, there's a huge opportunity, and I think we're in a place now where that other next rung of the ladder is ripe to be built. And I think it would be great again if it could be local funds that are doing that.
Can I build on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
So one example is we are actually participating and working with a group called the Abundance Circle, which is a Latin American initiative. And the intention is basically right now raising $100 million non-for-profit money in an evergreen vehicle to seed other funds with risk capital, the catalytic capital, to then crowd in more commercial ones. With an intention, and this goes with your work, Melissa, because with the intention is to ecosystem build, to fund these companies and bring them to the next stage. Yeah? And that you see, that's an idea which normally, again, there were very few ones nascent in this, where you have a catalytic fund of fund, which is not a fund, it's not a fund regulated, not a fund structure, because it's donated money, but it's evergreen, because the proceeds go back into, to keep going and continuing. But the intention is to de-risk and to support in a blended finance so that you can lower the risk-reward return, for others easier to invest.
And we would add that not only the risk, but show that the perceived risk is lower, right? Because if you are giving free capital or capital that is not for profit, that not-for-profit capital is not going to be there unlimited, right? We saw it with USAID. But if that not-for-profit capital can show commercial investors that perhaps investing in this kind of startups, in this kind of traditional business is not as risky as they think, they will help you flow. And that just builds into the next question. That is, where do you think this impact investing sector is moving in the next 5 years? And we've spoken about different perspectives. There are two markets, impact investing, traditional finance. They're moving in parallel, or are they going to converge? Or perhaps, as Damian says, it can even be more that the traditional financial markets are going to exponentially grow from within. So do you think it will converge, grow in parallel, or the traditional markets will just kind of grow from within?
Well,
crystal ball.
And return to the previous question, I think that, and building a little bit on that, I do think that it's essential if we want to build like a purpose-driven innovation and investment. This needs to go into the mainstream financial world. And in my perspective, like now it's very on like private markets and secondaries, and of course that's gaining a little momentum, and it's the match is there. For me, the question is how this goes into like the public companies and in the mainstream finance, because otherwise it's going to be like a smaller game and a child play instead of like the big game. And that's why I think that inducing the demand and putting like tax benefits and things like that is essential to do that, because otherwise it's always going to be like something that it's on the side of like traditional investing. And the only way I see it that it will merge into like traditional finance is the way I was mentioning before.
That's a great point, because here we've seen in the MBA that there's the ISSB, International Standard Sustainability Board. They are creating a standard so that companies can disclose their negative externalities financially. So in their financial statements, they disclose the negative externalities. So it's a first step in which then you can do tax incentives, really merge it from. Really interesting to see it from your perspective.
Yeah, because the reality today is in impact investing, again, number one, impact investing is not an asset class. Yeah, you have the same asset class as financial. You add the layer of impact to. You have equity, you have debt, you have mezzanine. All of that is the same, but you add. So therefore, it should not be that it's emerging. But if the more the financial markets adopt the measurings and the intentionality of capital, the bigger the pie will get. But the problem is that. If you think in silos and act in silos, it doesn't work. Yeah? You need to come together. And therefore, for me, a big play is technology. Big technology has the big blessing of access and affordability. Yeah? Second thing is the AI component coming in. Yeah? So things will go faster, more efficient, which also will benefit impact investing, I believe. And the third one is, the more the understanding is that which financial metrics you can actually use and elements, yeah, to the just risk-reward return, the more attractive it will actually become. So I see the impact investing becoming mainstream. I would love to not use the word impact in the future. Yeah? Just make sure that any investment will not harm neither the humanity nor the planet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that should be the outcome at the end.
So it merges. It comes from within. We see lots of students here, and we have connected also hundreds of students. And when we came here in Oxford, they told us, if you want to go into impact investing, it's quite hard if you don't come from a financial background. But it seems it's not that hard, because here the three panelists didn't come from a financial background. So we just wanted to ask, what advice could you give to students that are wanting to start a career? They are not financial bros. What advice could you give to them?
So I think I'm probably the farthest from this. So I studied international affairs and diplomacy, and then did a master's in contemporary art. So I've come a very long way. But one of the things that I think has stuck with me, especially in my art education, is I had this tutor who would always say, when you're looking at something, ask yourself, what is it? What is it made of? And so what? And that's something that I've really carried through as an investor. Like, what is it? What does this company do? Who's in it? What is it made of? Okay, like what are the integral parts that are putting together whatever it is? So what? And I think a lot of that is like where that impact is, where that additionality is, what can it become, what can you do with it? And to say that critical thinking is something that is very important in this, and I think trying to see things from different perspectives, and you don't necessarily need a financial education to practice that daily. And not just with finance, you can practice it with anything.
Yeah, I mean, we had this discussion yesterday. So my background is business administration and marketing. Yeah, so if I would say in my words, my superpower, which is my technical skill set I've learned from an education and a profession, is to increase the perceived value of brands, products, and organizations. And that leads to more money, more transactions, more partnership. That's what I do from a job perspective. Now, I've matched this with my vocation. Yeah, and the vocation basically is impact lives and share profits. Yeah, so only want to do things which scale, inspire, and others, yeah, because the benefit is for everyone. And this is where I believe it doesn't matter. So if you say, okay, I'm strong in math, or I like finance, or I like marketing, or I like tech, on the engineering side, it doesn't actually matter. You should ask yourself, from a vocational point of view, what is it what I solve for? And how can I use it, where I can use leadership as a force for good, business as a force for good, and capital as a force for good. So that's when you match things. Yeah, and that, I think, is an exercise where all of you invite, specifically the MBA students, because you are in a privileged position to say, okay, I have a skill set, which is my superpower. What do I want to solve for? And that's which are the sectors, what's the theory of change I can actually apply it to.
Amazing. So we have your critical thinking, purpose, skill set alignment. Damian?
I would say for me, and I come from, I already told that, but I come from a different background. For me, it's like falling in love of the problem, yeah? And then do problem solving. That's very related to critical thinking, of course. I fall in love of a problem that I believe that financial markets have a lot of inefficiencies. They need to be automated, and in order to do better. Yeah. In the case for Latin America, for example, you will see where I'm going. We still have a lot of unbankarized population. We still have a lot of people and companies that doesn't have access to financial services, and that's key for development. Okay, and technology can help. It's the probably catalyzer for doing that, and that's how I fall in love with that problem, and I started my company.
Amazing. So if you're taking notes, start with a problem, fall in love with a problem, align your purpose and your skill set, and build your critical thinking, right? And just let's open the door to a couple of questions before we wrap it up. There's a question back there and then back front here. Frank, can you give us a hand, please? Thank you. Yeah, we have it here.
Thank you. Thank you for all the panelists for the insightful quotes. Hi, my name is Paula Morales, and my question, it will be related on how we can build financial mechanisms to foster impact investment, to foster not only the development of, for example, social enterprises or social innovation, but the sustainability of growth of them. Because investment can be good when you put it in a seed, as a seed to the growth of an idea, but I feel that in the case of Latin America, in which our economy depends on entrepreneurship and now relies on social innovation and social entrepreneurship, how we can foster this sustainability for the entrepreneurs to navigate properly between the ambiguity of impact first, but also providing financial returns and at the end, revenue. Thank you very much.
Anyone wants to tackle that question?
I think this guy, both of you.
Yeah, no, okay. So it's a great question. Attention to the fundamental flaw. Doing good doesn't mean not making money, but you have to have it as a value chain. I fully agree. So that you first give a fish, then you teach how to fish, and then you invest in the fishing business. So the positive thing about Latin America specifically, it's not only the happiest region of the world, which I believe, yeah, but also very resilient. So the same is, and you have a lot of entrepreneurs and people with great ideas. So if you start with looking at falling in love with a problem you solve for and how you build stepwise the business, she would be there to do the seed or the early stage investments. Yeah, then you have someone else coming in. So you should not look at a solution or a silo. You have to look at long term, how to, to get, and it's typically that when you do a startup, the very tough to get the seed money, or very often very easy, and then you have the Series A hole, yeah, because then it becomes tough, and maybe the valuation is too big, too small, the investors you have. So this is all normal in terms of a business. But if you focus on solving a problem with the business, you have a higher net promoter score of the people around. More likely you get people initially to give you money, the so-called love money, because you're solving something for, yeah, and later to build out. But the intention is that you have to have a long-term view, and you should ingrain impact, not becoming a social entrepreneur, because a lot of social entrepreneurs, by the way, they're so much self-centric. I want to shine. I do so cool. Yeah, which is not about you. It shouldn't be about you. It should be about what you're solving for. Yeah. So my experience actually is, very often probably you have the same. Sometimes you invest in a company, and they're not even aware of the impact they're creating, because they're just trying to build a company. Once they embrace that, the perceived value goes through the roof, because this goes everyone, all stakeholder involves it, and you drive projects further. So for me is that, let's not think about, oh, I want to solve a problem, but I need to make money. You want to solve a problem by making money.
Perfect, as a last remark. So we are a little bit on time. You can reach them outside. They're super kind. Please do so. If they don't answer, let me know, and I'll reach out. But just in one sentence, and I know this is hard, but one sentence, what assumption would you want to, or what key message would you like to share to the world about Latin America? What assumption do you think falls on its head? One message, one sentence.
More than that, I think what we need to continue to grow is ecosystem building. Ecosystem building and articulation between all our parts, and exactly what the ambassador was saying. I think that is completely crucial through different countries, different agencies, different parts in the capital chain, in the capital spectrum. More communication, more articulation, more collaboration.
Great sentence.
I learned this. Is if the impact comes from within, and you want to take this outside, yeah, you need to have the stamina, daring to walk your talk. And I think that's the part where Latin America specifically, which sometimes is, we are third world and we are not, and we don't have, you have to flip it. Yeah, and that's a message I was saying, dare to do this stuff because you can.
Perfect.
I think we need to collaborate more. It's key in order to be a relevant player in the world, especially now that Asia is basically half of the population is in a very small area in the world in Asia. I think we need to collaborate as a region in order to be more powerful.
Thank you very much. It was a great panel. It's a round of applause, and let's head out to the lunch.
Back, everybody. So please take a seat so we can continue with the agenda. Hope you guys enjoyed lunch. Hope you guys enjoyed the Andean music. The Peruvian embassy was kind enough to sponsor that, so we're really thankful for them for being part of this event. So hope you guys have been enjoying so far. The summit on this side, on the organizing side, has been a blast. It's been great to get to meet you all, to get you all here enjoying and connecting. That's what we want to do. That's what we wanted out of this summit, to build bridges between the UK and the rest of the countries in Latin America. So, without further ado, let's continue. And it's my pleasure to have here with us Carlos Garcia Ottati, who he is an alumnus from the Saïd MBA, class of 2011. He's the only alumnus, part of the alumni. He's one of the only one to have founded a unicorn status company. He also founded the first unicorn in Mexico's history, and this is Kavak. But not only that, he's an impressive human being. We were just having a quick chat over beers 30 minutes ago, and I scrapped all the questions that I had for this talk because I think he has a lot more to teach us than what I originally planned for. So without further ado, please welcome Carlos Garcia on stage.
Well, thank you for being here, Carlos. It's an honor to have you here. When we started planning for the summit, we were like, okay, what's our North Star? And one of those were to have you here. So it's quite an honor to have you on stage with us. So you were here 14, 15 years ago. And then, since then, your life has changed so much. I was wondering if you could guide us a little bit for the people that are not in context of what Kavak is and what your life has been, to give us a little bit of context on that and what your company has been ever since inception till these days.
Well, first, thanks so much for everybody here. I'm happy to be here. Thanks for inviting me. That's quite a question, you know. We can spend hours going through that. Let me start by myself and about me a little bit and why we built Kavak, and then we can take it from there if you want. I'm from Venezuela originally. I'm 41 years old. I've been building businesses most of my life. Had a very different upbringing than normal people. I went to 14 different schools before going to college. My dad was in the military, and he was an admiral in the Navy in Venezuela back in the 2000s, and he was one of the guys that led the movement against Chavez when I was a teenager, and that ended up not going well. He ended up going to prison, having to leave the country, and I stayed there for quite a while, built a couple of businesses while I was there, made some money, invest that money back into real estate, lost it all. That led me to move to Italy without a dime, and I spent a year broke in Italy, and then I don't know how, but I got accepted into Oxford, and I still don't know.
We all have similar doubts.
Yeah, my GMAT was like, I don't really know how. Something happened. There was a glitch. There was another Carlos Garcia that they accepted, and I ended up here, and that changed the course of my trajectory up to that point, and it led to me working at Amazon very early on in 2010, and getting to see the impact of what a marketplace can do and how fast it could scale, and that put an obsession on my mind that, you know, we needed to have an Amazon in Latin America. And I returned to Latin America to work for McKinsey for a while. It's the only decision that I made in my life related to money, and the last one. But it was an important decision because I needed to pay the MBA. And I was there for a couple of years, and then left McKinsey to start Amazon for Latin America, a company called Linio. I started the marketplace side of the business, and that was it was an interesting story and trajectory because I was a kid. I was, you know, like 28 years old. I was the oldest one. We were trying to build a business in LATAM, and we learned firsthand that if you're going to build a business in Latin America, you need to get ready to build like 10 different businesses to make business work. If you're an entrepreneur in the US or Europe, you're usually building the last mile of a product that is 10 times better than whatever exists. When you go out and you return to emerging markets, the basic things don't work. So if you wanted to build an e-commerce, there was no way that you can pay something online. So you had to build a payment solution, sort of like the Stripe of it. If you wanted to deliver a product to somebody's home, there was no FedEx or DHL. We had to buy the trucks, put the software, and then go to deliver products to people's homes that didn't have a doorman. So 90% of people couldn't receive products in their houses, so you had to build like locker systems and places to make that happen. And even then, you know, people didn't trust e-commerce, so 50% of it was cash on delivery, so you needed to figure out a way to like charge in cash. 50% of the time, people just spend the money when the product already was there. And when you got the money, it was how to get that money back into the banking system. So we spent several years just building the underlying infrastructure to be able to do e-commerce. And we weren't, you know, we were 28. I was 28, like my CMO was 25. So we didn't know much about anything, but we learned the hard way that if you want to build a business in LATAM, you have to build several things to make it work. And throughout that process, I had a car, living in Colombia, that I needed to sell. I was an entrepreneur, I needed funding, and I got defrauded trying to sell that car in Colombia. Basically lost that car, landed into Mexico, being, you know, from Venezuela, an entrepreneur. I was like a third-class citizen in Mexico. No bank wanted to lend me to buy a new car, so I ended up going to a classified tab to buy a used car. Spent like 6 months figuring out which car to buy. Traveled to Guadalajara, a city a few hours away from Mexico City, bought the car. And after a few months, I got stopped by the police because the car that I bought, all the documents were forged.
Classic.
And yeah, that, you know, I was, at that point in time, I'm thinking, you know, I'm either the stupidest person alive, that this happens to me twice, which I think I am, but I didn't want to accept that, and I just started to research, you know, what's happening in the industry, and that sort of like led to Kavak.
Okay, very interesting. Well, talking to you before coming here, there was something very interesting that you mentioned, that before starting Kavak, you knew nothing about cars. Before somewhat being in Linio, your only experience was an internship at Amazon. There seems to be quite an interesting silver lining between a bunch of entrepreneurs. Most famously, David Velez from Nubank. He had never been a banker, and he opened a bank. So what's your advice on how entrepreneurs should approach a dream or something where they don't have experience in? And what's the value of not being in the industry? Because it seems like it's your drive for purpose and solving an issue was way bigger than actually having experience. And being in the MBA and being in the classes, a lot of what it's taught is like, okay, you first have to get experience in the field in order to have an impact or in order to get a career on. And it seems like these entrepreneurs are not having that experience, and you guys are turning out great. So what's your take on that? Because you obviously just woken up and ventured and doing it, tried to solve it without previous knowledge of it.
Yeah, that's a good question. So I think experience, it's useful, but when you're starting to solve a problem or an issue, it's not about an industry. It's not about a particular thing. It's about something that you lived and something that you want to make sure that if somebody else goes through it, it's better, right? And for me, it wasn't, I was not trying to solve buying and selling cars. I was not trying to solve, I was literally trying to solve a fraud problem that I saw in the market, that 40% of people that were going into the market and trying to buy or sell a car, they were getting defrauded. And 40% is a lot of people. And this is not buying a car that's in bad conditions. This is being killed, you know, going into jail, being defrauded, losing all your money. And when you're buying a car, for the typical Latin America, that's the most important purchase that you're going to do in your life. So if that goes wrong, your life can change forever. So for me, it was about, I need to solve this issue of fraud. And then the second issue that I needed to solve was, okay, most people don't even have access to a car in LATAM. Out of 10 people in the US, 8 have a car. Out of 10 people in Latin America, 2 have a car. And that number became an obsessive number for me, because my job was, how do I get those 10 out of 2 to be 7 out of 10? And that was by introducing financing, creating accessibility. And I had bought in my first car in my early 20s. Before that, I used public transportation. And when you use public transportation in Latin America, I wouldn't wish that on anybody. But when you get a car, your life changes. And it's the most dramatic change that you're ever going to see. So I wanted to make sure that I could try to figure out how to create more of that for more people. How do I move that metric? So I never got into the car business. I got into how do I take fraud away from such an important transaction? How do I introduce accessibility and financing? And then car was just the means to that end. So I think great entrepreneurs, they're not looking at the headlines and seeing what's tracking, what's not tracking. They're literally trying to solve a real issue that a lot of people are going through and just trying to make it a lot better, right? And you don't have to be an expert to do that. You just need to be a human being that is living and that is going through that and that has empathy to understand like how customers go through that process. And ideally, through the process, you need to continue to, if you're successful, you need to continue to have the humility to not stray away from what your users are going through and continue to like knock on the problem. And the problem is that user every day. And that user every day, you have to be evaluated by your last transaction, your last interaction. And that's what's going to keep you building. And that's what's going to keep you being an entrepreneur. You know, I think that makes the best entrepreneurs, right? Like experience, of course, through it, you get better at it. You get to understand about cars and learn something about them. I am fortunately, you know, there's just so many cars, so I just use data, and data makes decisions for us. And we just make sure that where we're not experts, we put a robot in the middle that is better than 10 humans combined in a meeting room trying to figure it out.
Okay, now that you go into your entrepreneurial journey and how you wake up every day and trying to solve for these issues, me being an entrepreneur myself, I understand that getting into a right product that people are going to use requires a lot of iterations. Right now, Kavak is in a system where it has its own warehouses. You go through the car, you check them, you fix whatever it needs to be fixed. You pay the previous owner of the car within 24 hours, something like that, and then you sell the car within 20 days, right? But I guess I would love you to talk about how was the process of creating that system and what was the iteration process like from the beginning to where it is today to work, and where were the growing pains of Kavak?
Yeah, so just to bring you into context, right? When I started the business in 2016, I'm coming from Linio, coming from building this other company where I spend most of my time building the underneath of the company. So this time around, I was a little bit smarter in terms of not thinking about the business that I wanted to build, but thinking about the fundamental things below the business that I needed to build. And I went on to the market saying, hey, I want to build a business where the first time I want to create true liquidity. Anybody that wants to sell their car, I want to be able to buy that car and get them the money that they need to do whatever they need to do. Then I need to get that car and sell it fairly quickly towards whatever means, e-commerce or through third parties to make sure that, you know, that car turns around. I'm going to finance everybody. I'm going to finance 50% more than banks finance. And if the car fails, I'm going to be there to fix it when it does and to solve that problem for a customer. When I said that out loud, and when you think about the dimensions of that, you know, used cars is 7 times bigger than new cars. So if I was going to be successful, we could be 7 times bigger than all new cars combined. We needed to price 60,000 unique SKUs and have working capital capabilities to buy all of these SKUs. And then we needed to figure out a way to logistically go inspect these cars, bring them into our warehouses, and then figure out a way to sell them online, which, you know, back in the day was difficult to think about. And finance people that nobody else was financing, while knowing cars are like humans. Cars are going to fail. Like, that's the only thing that we know for a fact. While every time a car failed, I had to be there to back it up and build the infrastructure necessary to do that and move a lot of cars, right? And when I said that out loud back then, everybody told me, you know, this kid's crazy, right? Like, he's not going to be able to do this. And for me, you know, I think it was if I was going to solve that issue of taking fraud away, introducing financing and doing it at scale means not doing it in your neighborhood, right? Millions of transactions. I needed to put a lot of time into building that infrastructure, into building sort of like those capabilities. And the only tool that I had at that point in time was data, right? And it was, how can I, with data, solve pricing? How can I, with data, solve reconditioning and warranties? How can I, with data, solve fraud, underwriting? And we invested in machine learning and AI very early on in our business. How can I, with data, lead the customer conversation? Today so to give you a little bit of context, 85% of anybody that's talking to Kavak, either chat or conversation, they're talking to a robot. We're probably one of the most advanced or the most advanced AI company when it comes to customer interaction of the world, because we were dealing with that issue every day, and we tackle it from there. So we first built the logic of our business, underlying on the data being the common ground, and then we went and we shipped at it and built the different businesses to make our business work.
Interesting. I think there's two ways that I would like to take this conversation, but I think we're going to go more into the topic of the summit, which is Latin America and building bridges and building resilience. You talk about financing people that are typically not financed, right? And also you shared with us that your main job in Kavak has not been selling Kavak, but selling the region and getting investors to trust that the region has potential. You are probably by far the most successful raiser in the history of at least in Mexico. Your company raised, at one point was valued at 8.8 billion. So can you talk a lot more about what are the selling points that you do for Latin America in order to get that fundraising? And what do you talk about on investors, and what are their concerns about the region?
I think, to be more tactical about, or more strategic about that answer, I think that the first thing is, how do you get people interested, right? And for me, I was just talking with somebody, just prior to this talk, is the first thing is not even think about Latin America, nor think about the macro piece of what you're doing. The first thing is you need to get there and solve a problem. Nobody's going to support you at the beginning. Absolutely nobody. Your family, your friends, nobody. Everybody's going to think that you're crazy. Everybody's going to see all the negatives of whatever you're doing. So the first thing that you need is, create that validation with your user. It's just one user at a time. Make sure that you can drive impact and that you can add value. When you do that thousands of times, interest starts to happen. Your family starts to get interested. Your friends start to get interested. Investors start to pop up and start to talk to you. So for me, I think the first 4 years, it was mostly a bootstrap business, where I was just creating that validation and becoming attractive. And I believe in that concept, right? I don't believe that you should go out and chase. I believe that you need to attract in everything in life. If you're not attractive, if you don't have that energy, it's done, right? And you have to make sure that you have something that people get attracted to. And if people are not coming to you, it means you're not working hard enough. It means you're not working smart enough, and you're not creating that impact. So that was the first thing that for me was really important. I had to have a business that people wanted to talk about. Then when you have that business and people start coming to you, the biggest question was, what's Mexico? Right? Are you a drug dealer? Literally,
yes.
And I'm I'm worse. I'm Venezuelan, man. But a lot of that was explaining, why Mexico, why LATAM was interesting, right? And it was explained about, hey, you have to explain the infrastructure problems that Mexico has and that Latin America has. Why, if I am able to solve those problems, I have an opportunity to build something huge, uncompeted. And you have to be very, very thoughtful around explaining the differences between what you're solving versus what people in the US are solving. People in the US are solving for convenience, for e-commerce. In Latin America, you're solving for fraud, for financing penetration. And by the way, you need to make it convenient. So you need to explain the problem that you're solving. And if you do a good job at that, smart people are going to see, okay, if these guys win, this is even bigger and deeper than anything else. And that's one thing. And you start with your business. Then you also have to explain LATAM, right? LATAM, in my mind, is the best place of the world to build, because we're in this environment of today. We're not in war zones. Our GDP is as big as India. GDP per capita is twice. So there is more opportunities, for you to put a product out there and people be able to afford it. Most of the commodities, are coming out of Brazil, Peru, Bolivia. You have nearshoring coming out of Mexico. So Latin America has a huge opportunity, you know, to drive a lot of value, and it's not as exposed to the uncertainties that we live in the world today than the rest of the markets, and you have to make sure that you explain that properly. But you also have to remember, nobody cares. Like, it's US first, right? It's whatever, like, it's, nobody's gonna care. Like, every single dime that's gonna come to you is a dime that's not going into Netflix. It's a dime that's not going into Amazon, that's not going into Tesla, that's not going into these compounders. So you have to just be very, very, very thorough at how you tell the story, how you explain the impact behind this. And unfortunately, in LATAM, you have to bring international investors because people of the region, they still, like, we were talking about this, right, in Mexico. Like, people cannot, like, every businessman, as soon as the money hits into their account, what they're counting is, how long does it take me to get it into the US? Like, people in LATAM don't invest in LATAM, which is the biggest issue that we have. So you have to, you just have to be very thorough at it, and you have to hit your targets, right? And that's been the challenge for me, you know, like, why Kavak became so valuable so fast, why we got so much capital. It wasn't because I could tell a story. I definitely could tell a story, but it was because I was hitting my marks, and I was hitting what I was saying for the first few years until not, and then again, you know, it's a process. So you need to be able to deliver, and the moment that you don't deliver, you're gonna feel it. More so than an entrepreneur from other places of the world, because here, capital is an optionality that people have. They don't have a mandate to invest in the region. So it's a combination of both things, you know, telling a good story and hitting your marks.
We haven't talked about it, so I don't know if we want to venture into this, but I'm very curious. There's a class that a couple of us were taking with that was Reputation in Leadership. And it was about that you don't own your own reputation. The reputation is owned by everyone's perception about you. Kavak certainly went through a phase where it had a reputational, that it was talked about, okay, the customer service is not great. So how did you navigate that? Because now you're, again, racing new rounds and everything. So definitely you navigate that wave well, and you came out of it. So how was that experience as a CEO and as a founder of a company, be seeing like the public perception or the media might not be on your side?
Listen, you know, the first thing is you have to have a long-term view, right? Like, I have a clear vision where I see Kavak in the next 10, 20 years, and I'm not deviating from that vision. That's my boss. And I'm gonna do whatever it takes to build that. And if I'm able to build that, it's gonna be amazing for everybody that, you know, gets exposed to it, my customers, my investors, my family. So the first thing is being locked in that vision and understanding that the road from that to where you are is gonna get bumpy, right? Like, you don't build a business the size of my business and you do it without complexity. Complexity is gonna hit you. Complexity is a signal of success. Media attention is a signal that people are talking about you. Like, you have to understand that the road is gonna come with noise, good and bad. And when the noise is too good, don't believe it. When the noise is too bad, don't believe it either. You have to live sort of like in the middle of it. And for us, I would say Kavak has gone through 3 phases. The first one was the first 4 years, very founder-led. I was doing everything, dealing with the customer, building the product. And I wasn't building a company, right? I was building a product and a service, and I was in the middle of it. A couple of 100 people, and, you know, we were killing it. But we were killing it in a neighborhood. You know, 90 NPS, everything was working. Everybody was telling us, wow, this is amazing. And at that, I got ambitious and naive again. I said, you know what? I want to do this globally. Like, what would it take for me to do this not only in my neighborhood, but do it in all of Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Chile, the Middle East, Turkey, and beyond? And because I saw that the problem that I was solving wasn't only related to a certain neighborhood. And if I wanted to create impact, I had to make a decision. Do I want to wake up every morning and, you know, make sure that the people in Santa Fe and Polanco are happy, or do I want to wake up every morning and make sure that a bunch of people, I can change their lives, right? That's a different business. That's a different mentality, right? And for the next 4 years, we went on a spree of, okay, now those capabilities that we talked about, we need to build them to solve a global issue. And that shifted sort of like our energy from building that great product for that end user to building the main verticals of to solve that on a global basis. And that has its good and its bad. The good thing is, if you build these verticals, you can then go and strive for the mission that you go ahead. The bad thing is, while you're building these verticals, I'm not thinking about whether my customer that's buying their car, selling their car, is having an amazing experience. I'm just, and mistakenly, I'm just thinking, where is he going to sell this car if it's not Kawak? And that was what was happening, right? Like before Kawak, to sell your car, it would have taken 6 months, you're going to get defrauded. Yeah. Now it can take 6 hours. It sucks waiting 6 hours, but it's better than 6 months.
Yeah, way better.
But that's an issue because your customer is going to evaluate you at those 6 hours. So you need to get better at that. But our focus was building sort of like those verticals. As we build out those verticals, we lost a little bit. Imagine it's like building a business, building a building in the middle of, I don't know, Mayfair in London. And the architecture is amazing. The building is amazing. Everything is amazing because you build sort of like the right foundational. And everybody wants to go into that building. And the moment that they go in and they buy an apartment, there's no interior decor. There's not a great vibe. That happened when you're going through complexity and you're building all these verticals. We lost sight a little bit about that interior decor, how our customers were feeling when they were actually going through the process because we were building that building. And still customers were satisfied because when they left the building, they said, well, I'm in Mayfair. This is amazing. Yeah. But 80% of their time, they're in their apartment, right? And that second phase, for us to become a global company, we're focused on building that building. The third phase is where we are right now. We're back to interior decor. We're back to making that experience jaw-dropping, to making sure that our customers really understand what's going on. And when you go through those things, you're going to get criticized. And when you're becoming... In Mexico, it wasn't something that happened slowly. We became the biggest very fast. We created enemies around the incumbents. 50% of that press was paid. We're getting so much noise, so much unicorn. You're a billionaire, all of these, and we're like, what is a unicorn? Like, what are people? Like, I was literally sleeping in a mattress in my bed when this is happening, talking to my wife that's up here, and all of this mess is happening. For us, going inside of it as a CEO, as a founder, and as a team member of Kawak, that noise is what people are talking about. We need to wake up every day, and do the work. You need to make sure that you improve that customer experience. So for us, it feels very differently.
Okay, and talking about waking up, this is going to be my last question, so you guys get the chance to ask as many questions as you, well, not as many, but a few questions. I really want to share this, and I want you to talk about it, because in the conversation we were having previously, I was so pumped up by the fact that you told us that you wake up every day trying to hit a home run, because if you hit one, like that's a game changer for your life. And so there's no real reason on why not to wake up every day trying to hit that home run. Can you tell us, share to the audience, that mentality that you have and you've always had? Because I think that's super valuable and super...
So you have to think, everybody in this room has a choice today and tomorrow. You can wake up and you can be on the defensive, or you can wake up and be on the offensive. That's the choice that you have. When you choose to be on the defensive, you end up sort of like picking a day or a decision where you're in a range of success, where, I get a great job, I can make some money, I can fulfill for my family, I can fulfill my ambition, my accomplishments can be there, but they're always going to be in a range. I can, get a great job, get a not so great job, I can make a lot of money, I can make a little bit of less money, I can be accomplished and fulfilled by the purpose that I'm doing. But you're always going to be in a range. And when you're in the defensive, you're always thinking about what you can lose. Well, I don't want to lose my house. I don't want to lose my car. I don't want to lose my watch or whatever. Like your limitations are guided by what you can lose, not by what you can win or what you can sort of like get. 99.9% of people wake up every day and they pick the defensive. It's the easiest thing. And the defensive looks sexy, right? It's McKinsey, right? It looks sexy, right? Like you're in the NBA, $200,000, or I don't know how much they pay these days. And you're like, oh yeah, I'm coming from eating Domino's and kebabs. Like, I want that. And the problem with the defensive is that people that are leading the charge in the defensive, they're protecting their back. These are people that are very senior, very experienced, very smart, but they have a wife or a husband or a family member that is always telling them, we cannot lose what we have. We need to maintain the status that we built. And those same people, these are very senior people, very smart people. Those same people are the ones making the decisions for your life. You know, you're being led by a bunch of people that they don't want to risk it. So you're going to be in that range of risk. And for me, that's terrifying. It's always been terrifying to go into that. And I've lived in that range, and I've been led by people in that range. And I admire a lot of people, like most of my people that I know live there. And I admire them and I love them. But then you have another option. Like, go for the offensive. And what's the offensive? This is the way I see it. You wake up every day trying to hit a home run. Like, every day of your life, if you do it well that day, that can be a life. Like, the rewards of a home run in business world is not like in baseball. In baseball, you're gonna like score four runs. In business, like, if you hit it, it's generational. It's something that's gonna change your life forever. Like, it's uncapped reward. And the downside is you don't hit it today. But if you wake up every day with that mindset, you might hit it someday. And even if you don't, you're unfortunately not going to be in a position to have a lot of stuff. So you don't have that fear of losing stuff. So for me, it's always been about what can I do today that can really, you know, it's a couple of things that you're looking for. One is, you know, accomplish something that I envision, and that reward of that is crazy when something doesn't exist and then it exists because you did the work. That reward, like having that feeling every time I get to that place, is amazing. Obviously, the financial reward plays into it. It's not the most important thing. I wish everybody would have every money that you want to have, so like you can realize very quickly that that's not what it is all about. But then I think the most important thing is the unleashing reward, right? Like when you get to unleash people around you in that mindset. And when you work in that environment, it's crazy, right? And you can do that without being an entrepreneur. You can go and see, you know, this. When I was in Oxford, this was 2010, right? So Facebook's ripping, you know, we remember those days, right? Like LinkedIn is ripping. Like if I would have known better, I would have probably gone and followed one of these crazy people in their journey, because what you get when you're in that home run sort of like environment is it's just a bunch of people that they just don't have the same limitations that everybody else has. So because they don't have those limitations, you can think bigger, you can take on more risk, you can fail and it's rewarded. Like failing is a part of it. Like a bunch of people always ask me, Carlos, but how can you live that like every day? You're taking on so much risk. I'm like, no, like risk is the biggest scam your teachers, your parents, your family has ever told you there exists. You guys are being trained here today to decide why not to do things. Everything that you discuss, like have a conversation in the next 48 hours and you're gonna see that everybody's talking about why not to do things. Nobody's talking about why to do things. And the reality about risk is that risk is a lie. When people tell me, my investors, my team, my family, they tell me, Carlos, but if you do this, this can go wrong. You take this decision, and this can happen. And this is doomsday. They're right, theoretically, but practically they're very wrong, because what they're missing is that I'm going to show up every 24 hours to guide that decision that I made. So if I make a decision today, and I show up in 24 hours to see how that went, I'm either going to push it forward because it went good or reassess because it went bad. And then I'll make another decision. And then I'm going to wake up and I'm going to show up the next 24 hours. So risk is only there for people that don't have the discipline to show up every 24 hours. And that's how I live life. You know, I go out and I have a big vision of what I want to build. Most people don't even know what that vision is, because when I say it out loud, they think I'm completely distorted from reality. And they are right. But the reality is, the next thing that I do is think, what can I do in the next 24 hours to get closer to that? And then that's where realism happens. And I make a decision that is a small one. And then I show up the next 24 hours, and that makes the ride easier, right? That makes, there's no bad day. There's just days where you have to deal with stuff, days where you have to deal with great stuff, days where you have to deal with bad stuff. But you're there to deal with them. Most people check out. Even in business, they make a decision and then they see, let's get together in 3 months to see how it went. Wrong. Like I make a decision and I ask, tell me in 24 hours, how did that go? You bring the cadence. People think it's micromanaging. That's not micromanaging. That's actually building. You know, like, oh, go, like, we want to do this and tell me in 3 months how it's going. No. We want to do this. Tell me how it went in 24 hours. You bring the cadence down. You bring the margin of error down. You see the margin of success sooner. So you're able to make a decision to sort of like do that. So it's a mindset of trying to hit that home run, but also making sure that you show up. And every time I'm wrong about something, I'm always coming back to my board or my team and they say, Carlos, but you were wrong about this. Yeah, but I'm showing up. I'm here. Let's make it right. And I think that's how you get that mentality going.
Yeah, it's all about pursuing a North Star and adjusting the North Star and like kind of being able to be flexible. So let's go to Q&A. We're going to get 2 or 3 questions at a time so we can be more efficient with the microphone. So I saw one hand up there, one hand here, and another one here. So let's do those 3, please.
Thank you, Carlos. First of all, thank you for being here. I've reached out to you kind of like 4 years ago to invite you to come. So kudos to Benjamin, because I don't know how he did it, but he managed to get you here. So thank you for that. But also, I wanted to ask you, as being part of the MBA, if anything, has that helped you? Did it help you with creating a persona and then put that in front of investors and so on, and to build your business case? I mean, obviously you had expertise from Amazon and then you went into consulting, but I just wanted to know if that kind of like helped you or propel your career in some way.
The short answer is yes. The real answer is not probably the way that you think it did. So what's the beautiful thing about being in this program and being in Oxford particularly? Like, this is a magical place, guys. Like, you know, you're in, I think, one of the only places in the world where everybody here is excited for what their life is going to be next. Like, everybody has time. Everybody right now has in their stomach sort of like that feeling of what's going to happen next. Everybody has the openness to talk to people. You're just very lucky to be able to stop and just be in a place where everybody sort of like has that energy. And I think the MBA did that for me. You know, before I came to the MBA at Oxford, I was literally, you know, living on €2 in Italy, hitting rock bottom. Like when I came, like I'm not gonna go into the story because it's long, but it was just terrible. And when I came here, I learned a couple of things. One, your life can change in an instant. And it did for me, you know. In an instant, I was with a group of peers that were all very successful, very accomplished. Everybody's so ambitious. And I saw that, you know, if you change your surroundings and you put yourself in the right place, that's powerful, right? You know, and that happened to me, that understanding of putting myself in the right place. When you're building life or business, it's not about how good you surf the wave. It's about how big the wave you get. Like, you're going to be more successful because of the wave that you get in, but than your skills as a surfer, you know. So you just need to get in the right wave. So the first thing that I learned was how to make how to position myself in the right place, because that's what's going to change my life. In the case of the MBA, was only Oxford did that to me. Then, you know, you're probably going to be more successful if you join Facebook as the first 50 employees than if you try to go on your own and build something. You know, you have to be very thoughtful around picking that wave. It's more important than how to surf in that wave. Your individual contribution, it's not going to be enough. We're limited as individual contributors. So the MBA gave me that. I didn't know that lesson then, but I knew I had sort of like that first grasp of it. And then it gave me a second lesson that I didn't know then, that I know now. I had time, so I could get bored. And you only create out of boredom. Like when you're a kid, you're always doing stuff, right? Phones nowadays make it difficult for us to get bored. That's why I never use my phone. But I had time, so I could be creative. And I wasn't creative when it came to my job or when it came to but I was creative on how I got into McKinsey. I got rejected by every single McKinsey's. You know, they're the same, just different names, you know. They're all great, and to my This is being recorded, right? But because I had time, I was here. Somebody came to give a lecture around this tool that you can get a job through this tool and network. And this person was Reid Hoffman of LinkedIn. And I was in a class and I was like, well, this tool seems amazing. I left class that day and I didn't come back to class for like a month. And I literally wrote to 120 consultants through LinkedIn saying, hey, how's your life? Tell me a little bit about your job. The open rate there was like 90%. Everybody responded because it was a new tool. It was like when email came out in 97, you sent that email, it was like magic and people responded. No spam. I also lived that moment, it was crazy. So I just hacked my way through, like literally recruiters from BCG, Bain, all these companies. Carlos, I got your resume 40 times. I'm like, how? I'm like, well, invite me. And when they invited me to an interview, I used this group of peers. Before I went to the first interview, I got an interview like by 100 people that have gone through consultancy before through Oxford. And by that time I went through the room to get interviewed, I was sitting there with a Stanford person, with a Harvard person, that they all, first year, they were invited to be there. I bullied my way into that room. I killed it. Like I knew more about the company, I knew more about how to get into it than anybody else. And that taught me, to be in there, and also being bored helped me build relationships here. One of the best relationships that I created is my friends that I built when I was at Oxford, and the social aspect of it, just being bored doing stuff, partying, like doing all these things, remind you that you have a lot of control of like what your life feels like. And I had lost that before the MBA. For a while, I've lost that feeling, and Oxford gave that feeling back to me. This place is magical. There's none like it in the world. There's no other MBA in the world that is set in a town like Oxford. So I got that. I didn't know the lessons then. So like I started to discover them through time, and now I go back into the past and like take these lessons, and that's what I got. That's what I got from it. And yeah, we did some business cases here or there, but it wasn't that got me.
Okay, so let's do the final two questions. Please go together, and let's try to keep them short, please.
Sure. It's my fault. I'm sorry I talked too much.
No, we love it. Like I think no one wants to finish this, but.
Thanks so much, Carlos. In regards to the fact you started in Mexico, there were different challenges, as you did describe clearly. Do you think that was a very fundamental factor to, let's say, bulletproof your business for growing exponentially around the world? Or what other things, like the general process you follow to validate ideas? You mentioned before that you use a lot of data, AI. What is different from Kavak compared to other competitors now that you're facing globally that lets you stand out to grow your business globally?
Now let's listen to the second question.
Thank you very much. I'm Professor Christian Afidon. I really enjoyed your chronology in terms of stories going to the prison. If you were going to advise your teenage self, what key advice will you give them? Should they read biographies of successful entrepreneurs? Should they be more adventurous? What will you tell your teenage 19-year-old or 18-year-old? Thank you.
Good question. So I'm going to answer really quickly your question, then go into this one. Mexico, the reason why I started in Mexico was very, very simple. It was very numbers-oriented. Mexico is the biggest city in North America. You have like 25 million people living there. The issue there was huge. Fraud in Mexico was probably huger there than any other place in Latin America. And financing penetration, you only had 5% of people that were getting loans versus 90% in the other places of the world. And I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't capped by the size of the market. And because I expanded so quickly on my other business, I needed to make sure that I can just be in one place without I know myself, I get ambitious early, and then I make mistakes because of that. I wanted to make sure that I was in a place where I could just test it out really well. And Mexico City made a lot of sense, because if I just won the city, it was going to be big enough for me to solve for very decades. So I did do a thorough analysis on where to start, and I was agnostic because I come from Venezuela. I have no home, and I went to 14 different schools. I've moved 30 times. For me, it was just about where the opportunities, where is that wave the biggest? So I'll position myself in the right wave, right? And that's why I started in Mexico. The second question, against my competitors, I don't see, I don't view competition like I think it's a waste of time. I just listen to my customer and I listen to the vision that I have in mind and what future I want to build, and then I iterate versus to what my customer is saying and build towards that. Competitors come in, come out. I don't like to guide me or my team against the thoughts of somebody else that's probably not listening to the customer with the same discipline that I am. So I'm not here to build a company. I'm here to solve a problem, and that's what maybe a competitor is trying to build a company. Your question, 90-year-old self, it depends. So I think one thing that is really relevant is where we are right now in time. We are living the biggest technological shift that the world has ever seen right now in this moment. So what's happening right now, so you guys can grasp it, you have a Nokia phone in your pockets. You guys are probably too young to have had a Nokia phone. And all of a sudden, there's an iPhone 16 there. And most people are telling, hey, why don't you use that iPhone 16 and tell me how it works? That's what's happening with AI. And everybody is like delegating the iPhone 16 that's sitting there, and you're still using your Nokia. There's no way that you learn the power of an iPhone by delegating it. You have to get it and use it yourself. And I think I'm understating. I think that's not an iPhone, it's something even 100 times bigger, what you're missing out. So today, if you're 19 years old, if you're young, or now it doesn't matter the age, you're 80. The first thing that you need to understand that there's an iPhone 16 out there and I have a Nokia, and that's AI. And that most people are using AI, ChatGPT, like Google. 20-year-olds are using it like their operating system. So the first thing is, forget about everything that you've learned so far. Forget about everything that you know. You have to drop out of your mind all the knowledge that you have. Don't throw it away. Just put it out there for a little while and see that there's this new tool that can make you fly. When you get into that knowledge of how AI works, what you can do with it, how you make it an operating system, and you bring all of that experience back, like you're gonna be able to think about problem solutions, your life in a very different way. So to a 19-year-old, I would say, this is a time, like, you're gonna be able, like, if you get into this technology, you're gonna be able to probably accelerate your path to understanding what the world's gonna look like and what you can do in this world and how you can hack it by the time you're 22. I couldn't say that to myself when I was 19 because the technology wasn't there when I was 19 to make that strive. I couldn't even say that to myself when I was in Oxford because the technology was not there to make that strive. But now, 20-year-olds can build the next phase of the future, right? And because they don't have so much experience, they have no bias. And not having a bias is a skill set when you're going through such a deep transformational technological shift because you don't think things are impossible. So I would get that person and I would make sure that for the next 30 days, they learn how to use AI. And you can learn how to use AI in 30 days, by the way, and use it really well. You know, I have LLMs to do everything for me, everything. You know, I don't even have now teams around me because it's like I can work with a 40-year-old that has a lot of information, or I can work with a machine that has all the information, right? That can give me advice, that can give me insight, and I can build that. You can reshift everything. So I would encourage that, and obviously I would encourage that mindset that we talked a little bit earlier. Is the world is there's so many rules that guide us, right? From our parents to our schools, and people think that we live in a world that you have to like obey these rules. The reality is that there's no real rules. Everything is false. Once you understand that you can hack it, and that you can think differently, and that you need to take on risk to achieve what you ever want, and that you can never ever allow anybody to tell you no, and you understand to disobey those rules as early as possible, the better. But in the same time, you need to be able to acknowledge the people around you, the experience around you, and use that in your favor. and understand that nobody's against you, everybody's in favor of themselves. And that's something that I wish I knew when I was 20, I wish I knew when I was 2 years ago, that nobody was against me, that everybody was in favor of themselves. When you understand that simple fact, you don't take anything personal anymore. And you just start to think about, what does the other person want? What do I want? What's the common ground? How can I communicate that common ground to that person? If I'm able to communicate that common ground to that person is gonna feel an excitement that they haven't felt in a while because nobody's listening to them anyways. And then how can I get that person in the next 24 hours to move forward, because nobody moves forward. And when you crack that in that mindset and you combine it with AI, you combine it with that risk mentality, like that against risk mentality, combined with understanding that the world is not against you, it creates a lot of impact.
Thank you so much, Carlos. It's been quite an honor to have you here at the Nelson Mandela Lecture Theatre, back in Oxford for a second time since you graduated. It's been, cannot thank you enough for being here. We, as Latin Americans, as building this, we've come to realize that representation and showing up matters. And having you as a Venezuelan that built a unicorn in Mexico and expanded all throughout Latin America and Middle East, I think you're the prime example of of showing up and we feeling represented by someone like you. It's just great. We would love you to have you more involved, if possible. But no, I just want to thank you for being here, coming here. It's been great. Thank you. Muchísimas gracias. A ver, una foto acá para él.
Years to come. This panel that follows is called Scaling Across Borders, How Fintechs and Multinationals Are Redefining Growth in Latin America. We thought that this was very important because we want to show examples of companies who have already operations in Latin America and who have expanded across borders within Latin America, which is something we haven't touched yet, and it's something that our previous panelists have also talked about. So please join me. I'll introduce you to Juan Jimenez. He is the director for ERG International. Alex Rincon, the vice president of product at MIQ. And Fiona Clowder, she is the former UK ambassador to Chile. I'm just waiting for a mic. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Well, we have discussed a lot, but we still have more to talk about. First, I would like you to, introduce yourselves, your backgrounds a little bit, why maybe if you're not from Latin America, why you were interested in Latin America. I'll start. My name is Maria Jose Zambrano. I am from Ecuador, And I have a background in startups, in the business development team of a fintech, and also in international cooperation, doing fundraising for social development purposes.
Well, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jorge Jimenez Perez. I'm director for Latin America for ERG International, which is an infrastructure company headquartered here in the UK, originally from Turkey, but it's a British company. We are the only properly construction company from the UK in Latin America right now. We have a strong presence elsewhere in Africa, Middle East, Asia as well. So it's a pleasure being here.
I'm Fiona Clouder. I'm former British diplomat. I was ambassador to Chile. I was also the regional ambassador for Latin America and the Caribbean for COP26. I've been involved with the region for about 14 years. I now do consultancy. And why am I involved? Because I actually think it's one of the most interesting parts of the world, a part of the world that's got lots of challenges, some of those we've been touching on. But I'm really struck by what our last speaker said. And this is about rewriting, I think, the agenda and opportunity for Latin America. And the title of this conference, Latin America Uncovered, says it's all, because there needs to be more projection of the great opportunities. And I think all of you are in a great position to do that.
Hi there, my name is Alex Rincon. I work for, my background is in marketing, intelligence, data, and technology. I've been in that space for over 17 years. And I work for a global company called MIQ. And right now, they're a global company, but, well, not global until they're into LATAM, but they're entering LATAM right now, and I'm part of that expansion plans. Very excited about LATAM because we'll get into that in a second, but also I'm Colombian. So I've been waiting for MIQ to finally go into LATAM, and I just put my name up straight into that hat. And I've been learning a lot and enjoying the journey.
Amazing, thank you so much. So we, on purpose, built this panel because you have kind of like European connections that went to Latin America. And we are curious to see what were the opportunities that you saw, or like maybe what were the opportunities that your companies saw in Latin America to decide to start operations there?
I can start that one. It's really, I would say, it's the digital revolution that's happening in the world, but specifically in LATAM as well. Our sector, I guess we call ourselves the programmatic advertising sector, last year did about $40 billion in Latin America, and in 5 years expected to be $100 billion. But actually, it's when we start looking at broader, and Carlos touched on it as well, we start looking at what the whole digital and IT sector is doing in LATAM. That's projected to be about $250 billion by 2030. And it's not just those numbers, but it's what's going on in each market. We're seeing massive investments in IT infrastructure. We're talking about Wi-Fi, fiber optics, and 5G networks. We're talking about cloud computing. So we're seeing Amazon and Google investing billions in building data centers out there. So really, in this day and age, tech is our biggest ally. So when we're seeing now such a big revolution in tech in LATAM, it actually gives us the true confidence that first our product can actually go into that market, but also there's a lot of enablers out there to make it really realistic. And there's some great examples of multinationals entering, or even just how the barriers have come down. If we look at e-commerce, it's probably the biggest growth sector in the world, but really big in LATAM, where if you would have gone back in time a few years into LATAM, you would have seen a very regionalized e-commerce market. You'd seen Mercado Libre obviously big around there, but you would have seen Falabella and other parts. You would have seen it very segregated, and you wouldn't have seen it much cross-border there, let alone any international sales into those markets. Now, with advanced payment systems, multilingual customer service, more AI and cloud computing, we're now seeing that those barriers are down. Consumers in LATAM can access products outside of LATAM more easily, as well as within each other. And now we're seeing the likes of more, instead of regionalized, more region-wide players. Of course, Mercado Libre carries the view of that, but we're seeing Walmart enter across. We're seeing Amazon. We're seeing Shein. We're seeing Timo. And that's just really opening doors for people coming in and also people within to be able to explore around. So that's one of the things that we see as the biggest enabler for LATAM for us.
Well, I will go more into the roots. Why Latin America? I mean, developing economies and regions, there are many in the world. I mean, you have Asia, you have Africa, Middle East, some parts, Latin America. Why did I choose Latin America? In our company 3 years ago, Latin American chapter didn't exist at all. When I arrived there, kind of because I know well Latin American countries, There is a big difference between Latin American region and other regions in the world, and it comes from historical roots. The institutions in Latin America are fundamentally different. Institutions in Latin America were founded as settlement institutions, not as extraction institutions. What this means, in Latin America, during the last 500 years, you have settled very well a rule of law. You know, there is predictability, and additionally, you have very strong human resources, product of the education. You have universities that are 500 years old, right? So this means the following. Right now, you have a strong potential, a lot of opportunities. Yeah, you have a lot of opportunities everywhere in the world. But in Latin America, you can exploit them with, let's say, an ease, as you might not do in other regions because of that power, the rule of law. Yeah, you have very strong institutions that you know what rules you are bound by, right? So when I saw that, it's a matter of risk-reward. Yeah, you may have lower risk, but I perceive that you have an edge in terms of rewards elsewhere. So that's the reason why Latin America is sui generis, especially, is one of its kind in the world. And when I saw that, I said, we have to go in.
Amazing. So my perspective's a bit different. So I first got involved in this, as I said, about 14 years ago, which is when the Foreign Office, our Foreign Secretary, then William Hague, recognized we'd long neglected relations with Latin America, and yet there were big opportunities there to build partnerships, both political partnerships, but also opportunities for UK business. And so I helped lead a new strategy and a big initiative to expand our diplomatic presence in the region and try and open up some of these links. Now today we've been hearing, I think, some great success stories, but there's still huge barriers in perception for British business and more widely in general about Latin America. There's also, I think, some good individual examples, but building the wider supply chain issues and getting a wider involvement of British business still remains a huge challenge. Why am I involved in the region now? As I said, I think it's got great potential, but one thing I'm very interested in is the whole critical minerals agenda and this whole interface between mining, energy, and environment. And from my COP26 work, I became very involved in environmental policy, the big conference in Glasgow. The world moved, made all sorts of commitments to net zero. But there was a complete disconnect between realizing the materials and investment that is needed for that energy transition. Now, of course, since then, we've got a changing, very volatile world in general, and in which Latin America more and more is actually a beacon of stability and a beacon of promise. But that's not really recognized yet. Latin America also, of course, has huge proportions of these mineral resources that are going to be critical. And it's all very well. We've just heard fantastic talk from the previous speaker and parts of it about the vehicle industry. You've just been talking about AI, data centers. You're talking about infrastructure. None of those things can actually happen without the minerals and materials that actually literally fuel those things to happen. So this region has the resources that the world is going to need. It also has, of course, very important biodiversity assets and a strong record of environmental leadership. And so those are also very important messages to the world. But it's also about how the rest of the world is engaging, and perhaps we can talk more about that later on.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, I think one of the theories, or like the perception is, and I think everybody has learned today, I hope, that there are many opportunities, right? Like everything that you have mentioned are opportunities for the region. But sometimes we just stay with, oh, there's opportunities, but like how to actually execute them. How to, like in your experience, like what have been the lessons that you have learned when trying to work in Latin America, expand within Latin America? And also I wanted to like ask this risk-reward kind of like law, right? Because yeah, we know that there is risk, we can't deny that, but is it that risky as like the rest of the world might seem? Because we always talk about resilience, right? And there's this theory that's going around in Oxford that resilience can actually lower the risk. So in your experience, would you believe that that is true? How do you execute properly? How do you mitigate these risks?
Well, I think I will start. We are speaking of Latin America, but Latin America is so big. I mean, there are so many countries there. It's so difficult and so different working in Mexico, Colombia, Argentina, Brazil. Those are continents practically, yeah, as they were saying earlier today. So you need first of all to understand. You have to go there. You have to go one by one, understand how different those countries are. Second, you need to have proper local partners. And you have to be very careful there because there are some good local partners and others that just want to screw you, okay? So third one, yeah, it's true. Third one, you have to be patient, yeah? Things take time, right? And in Latin America especially, you have to be very patient. And as well, I would say you need to brace for something key, which is drama. Many things happen. I mean, you have to wait the things that are unexpected. Magical realism, absolutely. You have even sometimes, you go into processes that are canceled at 2 a.m. in the morning, or you have presidents that under a strange substance, they start tweeting at 3 a.m. and they mess up political relationships or diplomatic relationships. So it's all full of drama. So you need to brace for that, but you need to be consistent. You need to keep working and keep investing because things ultimately yield. So those are, I think, the key elements to succeed in Latin America.
I would agree with all of that, particularly around the drama and the magical realism side of it, and speaking from experience on that. But I think also this is a problem because, again, this comes back to perceptions of the region, that there's little known. If you actually look at the media here, what's covered in the BBC, in other media, it tends to be bad news stories about the region. It tends to be about the political crisis, about a major corruption issue, about organised crime, or about one of the many, many natural disasters. You don't hear about some of the success stories we've been covering in this conference. So those messages of volatility, drama, etc., they sow uncertainty. I'm also very interested in what you said about rule of law, because I don't think that is a wide perception, that the institutions may actually be stronger and that there is probably stronger implementation of rule of law than many people realise, but that's not projected outwards. And then the final point I'd make on this is about Latin America itself being at the table, being at the international table. And just as an example, in the critical minerals space, I was at a very interesting conference in Paris a couple of weeks ago, a big international conference. And the good news is there was a Latin America presence and there was a special session on Latin America. But it was in a side room and it was the Latin Americans all talking to themselves, which was good in terms of sharing experience and problem solving, but it wasn't about projecting what the region has to offer, whereas Africa, parts of Asia were there on the main stage, etc. And I see that very often in many of the meetings I'm at. So I think there's something also about telling the story that then helps to building the partnerships, attracting investment, etc.
That's true. No, I do agree completely. I think a lot of people want to go into South America because it's a big market, it's an opportunity to expand your company's revenue. But I think a lot of people don't take it seriously. It's like, so if you're going to go into LATAM, take it seriously. And by that I mean invest in the country, invest in the region, and don't have the arrogance where I've got a process or a system technology that works in the rest of my countries and the rest of my markets. I'm just going to superimpose it into LATAM because it will work. It won't work. It won't work for many reasons. One is because you're not entering LATAM, you're entering 19 plus countries, each with their own nuances and differences. And that can really, really mess you up. You know, there's little things that you do. One is actually this is a big one, is invest in local talent, invest in local experts, hire them. Don't bring in your managers and get them to run that region. Bring in your managers to collaborate with them, but you definitely need to invest in people who know the market context, know the market culture, and then start, as I said before, start understanding each market differently. Because, you know, when we started going in and we started looking, okay, what's going on, we started realizing that actually Chileans and Colombians are the highest radio consuming users in LATAM. And we're a marketing intelligence company, that's quite useful to know. Brazil is the highest TV consumption. Mexico is huge for gaming. And all these insights become really useful because, for example, if I go back to the radio example, we don't do radio much in any of our other markets. So if we would have gone into LATAM and we would have gone into Colombia and Chile and said, hey, look at this mobile TV product, etc., and would have disregarded radio, one, we would have missed a huge revenue opportunity. And secondly, we would have looked like a really unintelligent marketing intelligence agency just because we weren't paying attention. And these are like big things, but also little ones that really work. And when I say take the market seriously, is don't use Spain Spanish for your applications and your decks. You have to use Latin American Spanish and Brazil Portuguese. It's the worst thing you can do. Don't put a U in Colombia. Don't put a J in Mexicana. These are just massive, massive things. That's all little things that are so massive and show that you are taking the market very seriously. And when you're on the ground, sit at the table, this is what you have to bring to it. So these are what we've found as we've been going in. I really love what you're going in to do.
Thank you. Yeah, more about like how to enter the market. Yeah, you said that like we need to find good partners, right? But is there like, what do you think is the best strategy outside of partnerships? Like maybe, you know, is it like acquisition? Is it building something there? Or you think that partnerships are the kind of like most effective way of entering? And following on that question, I wanted to ask, what kind of partnerships are essentially for scaling?
Well, you know, if building something from scratch, but what you have to build it, I mean, the wheel is already invented. What you have to reinvent it. Just go there. Maybe you will save a lot of time partnering up with a trustable partner there. You need to, first of all, rely on institutions. For it, I will put my example. For us, it's been absolutely key. The extremely good collaboration of the Department of Business and Trade of the UK. They have excellent presence in the Latin American countries and they help us. And they have a very strong institutional image in those countries. They have been there for decades. They know who are the right people we have to talk to. So you need to hear people who are trustable so that you are led to trustable partners. And those trustable partners, something that Alex said is so great, you need to be humble. You need to be humble. You can't arrive in Latin America saying, oh, well, I'm coming from Britain, and I will tell you how to do things. It doesn't work like that. Yeah? You need to hear them, and you need to open a dialogue. Yeah? You need to learn how things are done locally. You can bring other best international practices, and in that way, you can bring and build a new knowledge that could be differential in the markets. So I think that's the best way to create a differentiation, to create something that you have a competitive advantage, right partners, trustable partners, but also being humble to create something new that will put you in the spotlight of the market.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that point about partnership to mutual benefit is very, very important. And also there's no one size fits all. It's about understanding the country, the context, what is the product or service that you're presenting? Why should people bother? Why should people take an interest? But it's not just about building the relationship with that immediate business partner that might be in the same sector as you or part of that supply chain. It's about building those wider relationships with the key government departments, with particularly the local regional authorities, the regulatory authorities, and crucially, with the local community, and not just with a sense of ticking the boxes on whatever the form is that you need to get the right permissions to do whatever it is you want to do. It's about looking at ways in which you can build a real partnership that brings benefits. So for example, a company I'm involved in, Appian Capital Advisory, invests in mines, has several in Latin America, and has just sold one for, I think, 420 million. And they built that mine at the start of the pandemic. So that's a very good success story, but key to that success was about those community relationships. And it was both around creating local jobs, it was about employing people in country, as you are saying, but it was also about looking at wider community initiatives, STEM work in schools, entrepreneurship and capacity training for other people in the community that built important relations that helped the success of the whole endeavour.
That's really, really good to hear that. I would say partnerships is the strongest one. I mean, there's obviously mergers and acquisitions, which can be a real big accelerator if you're going into a market. We spoke about the challenges of many of these companies not being invested in and bought, but there is loads and loads of product that's been out there. We've always found that with, I guess, with emerging markets where they're a bit more constrained with maybe data or tech, or because people aren't given the time of day, they've got to find ways of innovating, which makes those products a lot more intelligent and a lot more resilient. And it means that they can work in, for example, a market where there's maybe more inconsistency with data or more inconsistency with supply chains, which meant that there's some real good DNA in there that once you take it and you were to put it in your other market where there is data, it supercharges it. So there's a lot of great products in there. However, the M&A process is, even though it's an accelerant, it can be very hard and difficult and can take a lot of time, and you can be waiting a lot of time before you enter the market. And before then, there is only one strategy. It's partnerships. You don't know the market. Go in and find out who. If you're going to build up a sales operation, maybe before you do that, go and find out who are the best local sales agent representatives in that market. It might mean you're outsourcing sales, but you're working with a partner who you trust, and you build that network together. The same with financial and tax and legal institutions, because it's so different. I mean, rebate and commission laws are so different between Brazil and Mexico, and tax and transfer pricing is so different between Colombia and Chile, that if you don't know this very well and you make assumptions of it, you might be putting, I'm going to have a 100K target per each country in Latin America, but then when you take that into account later, they actually net out very differently. And that's where local partners can really help you be more efficient with your projections, be more efficient with your tax, be more efficient with your legal. Like setting up subsidiaries in the region can be a pain in the ass, and they can take that heavy lifting off you. Now, what you can do is you can go for the big accounting firms and get their LATAM equivalent divisions to help you out. But actually, there's a lot of specialized companies starting up in LATAM that focus on tax, focus on legal. That is their DNA, their bread and butter, and they know the culture. And I'd probably say, let's lean towards those than going for, your PwCs and Deloittes. Again, great, but this gives you an extra advantage that is sometimes missed.
Thank you. Yes, I think when we talk about partnerships in Latin America, we always have to consider governmental institutions, right? I don't think that it's possible for any company to work in Latin America without considering the government. But we also know that, we're a lot of countries, and each country has sometimes, their own kind of like political ideas. So how do you navigate these kind of like political shifts in Latin America to keep your kind of like your operations successful? And going a bit of that, like what macroeconomics or geopolitical shifts that are happening now in the region do you think like can be an opportunity for multinationals to get into the region?
I think this one's probably prime for you.
Okay, so first of all, it's about investing the time to actually understand what's going on politically. I think that's really, really important. It's not enough just to find your business partner and start negotiating the transaction. You've got to be prepared for these big left-right shifts. But ultimately, it's about looking at the long term, that if your product or service is good enough, is innovative enough, and goes back to what the previous speaker was saying about solving a problem, then it should survive the political turbulence. It's also about drawing on advice. I also work with a company on strategic intelligence, getting more in-depth insight on what's going on in the politics and economics. Another organisation, the Ambassador Partnership, we focus on problem solving. So also be prepared for things to go wrong, but seek help when it does. And we and others in this space can help unlock situations by perhaps giving clarity on context, helping contacts, helping mediate, getting to a solution on things. And then in terms of the big geopolitics, and of course we've all been watching the news and what's been happening on Trump, tariffs and everything else. But remember, Well, I think what's also very interesting is the world looks different when you're in Latin America. And an image I like very much, actually, is by a Uruguayan artist that many of you may know called America Invertida, which is an upside-down map. And so also thinking about, particularly if you're coming from the UK, that things may look very different from the perspective once you're in Latin America. And also I think there's a dynamic and an opportunity about the countries in Latin America and three-way or multi-way partnerships, and particularly actually looking to Asia, which is where the whole CPTPP comes in. And that's very important, those Asia-Pacific relationships with Latin America. And then also be aware of other players that are taking a great interest in the region. For example, Saudi Arabia and UAE are huge investors and seeking to build their presence in Latin America. So what does that mean for the particular context of your company? Is that a threat? Is that an opportunity? Are there ways of building wider partnerships?
Thank you. Well, I mean, that's relative because you find governments that are on paper say, oh, this is pro-business, and the other is from the other side, the other rail, and then it's more and against business. You know, when you arrive in there, sometimes you do the best businesses with governments that you might not expect to do business. You know, and other businesses, other governments that are pro-business, ultimately they don't execute anything. So look, when you're doing business and in the country, like there are some countries like Peru, Chile, Colombia, independently who the president is, you have a very strong private sector. You need to be friends with the government. Don't get the wrong enemy, all right? So because if you get the wrong enemy, you're out. So you need to be friends with them and just, as Fiona says, solve the problem. Solve the problem. If there is a problem like infrastructure or problem of education, just solve the problem. Navigate the waters. The waters are different, but you have to navigate them. So you have to get an open approach. You have to go there. You are not a political activist. You are a businessman, businesswoman as well. And you just have to solve the issues.
Amazing, thank you. And working a bit more on like these government partnerships, what do you think that, like, what would be your suggestion for current governments to maybe try to implement to attract more investors into the region and support these cross-border operations, not only in Latin America, Europe, but also across Latin America?
I think you're never going to come up with a perfect solution. So there's been lots of references in this conference to what I call the alphabet soup, all the different regional groupings and organizations. And all sorts of different models have been tried. There are all sorts of historical, political, ideological reasons as to why the different groups exist, why some of them come into prominence, then fade away, etc. So to me, it's about being pragmatic and actually working through that rather than waiting for the perfect regional grouping to come about, because it's never going to happen. It's about focusing on the real opportunities. So the whole opportunity from the energy transition, from the digital transformation, from agrotechnology and food security, those are common issues for all the countries, and it's where whoever is in charge is going to need to do something about it. So finding that entry point and building that relationship, but being flexible as well. And I agree with you about kind of don't get on the wrong side, but also be prepared to build a relationship with whoever is in opposition now, because next week, next month, next year, they may then be in government.
You have to be friends with everyone. Why we have to be enemies? Friends with everyone.
Yeah, but I do think the region itself can come together more, particularly at this time in the world. And I actually think we haven't talked that much about COP30, and I think that is a very, very important initiative at an important moment in time that is not just, although that's a very important part, it's not just about environmental issues. It's ultimately about economics, prosperity, as well as addressing climate change.
Just on, just wanted like a very practical example, like in that where it would be nice where people could come more together, and because we work in the data and tech world, it's where you can sort of make it more digitally cross-border a lot easier. Right now, you know, we've seen in Europe GDPR has started sort of a centralized data protection across the whole of Europe and UK, and it would be nice if in LATAM, and this part of the idealistic where we're sort of speaking to governments is where make it easier to I guess transfer across regions. And simple things like that is where you're investing more in Wi-Fi and 5G across the whole country because it propels your country anyway. But also it means that people can move across countries back and forth. Little things like more global mobility in working. But also, you know, even little things that make a big difference. For example, I have a Netflix account in Colombia. If I'm going to Chile for a holiday, I should be able to see my same content on there. And these things, and that might seem like a basic example, but that just shows the boundaries and buffers that people are letting other things enter. They've got these real high walls when it comes to these things. And I think hopefully digital could be the first beginning of breaking those because they're a lot easier than physical supply chains right now.
Thank you so much. I think we have time for a couple of questions from the audience. So who wants to start? Over there.
Hello, thank you very much. I was a little bit surprised when Juan said that the rule of law in Latin America was, let's say, a benefit from the region. Sometimes coming from the region, we are biased through our own experience on the difficulties that the countries may experience politically and in terms of rule of law. In your opinion, from outside, is it not very different than doing business in other parts of the world? Or what was your impression, or why do you think it's a benefit for the region, the rule of law? I'm interested in that.
I have to be honest. I mean, we have to put things in comparison. If you compare Latin America with other regions, you say, yeah, well, Latin America sometimes the law changes, but at least there is a law. There are other places where there is not even law, you know. If you compare with other regions, the rule of law is very strong. And there are countries, again, Latin America, there are many countries. In some countries it's stronger than others, okay? But there are countries where no matter who the president is, there is a country like Peru, that has been like 10 presidents in the last 10 years, but independently of that, the economy goes beautifully. That shows that you have a very strong rule of law there. You have predictability in your investments. So comparing that to other countries in other regions, you see that Latin America is not as bad as we might think.
Thank you.
But I do think it comes back again to perception. So I'm on side with your question. And I've seen, some of you will know of Mauricio Clavicaroni, who was recently Trump's special envoy in the region, who is now just, rather like Musk, resigned from that and is now back on his investment fund. But he identifies 3 challenges which are about currency fluctuations, are about corruption, and are about crime. And so the institutions and rule of law addressing those issues is very, very important for investor confidence and to ensure that there is certainty for businesses in the future. So I agree the structures are in place, but it's both around the force of implementation, the rigor of implementation, and also around the speed of implementation. And I think this is a big issue for business confidence as well, is to be sure that if they hit a problem, not only is the law there to help them, but that there will be rigorous and fast follow-through to solve whatever that issue is.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question, and then we can have our concluding message.
Thank you very much. Congratulations all your speeches. I'm Luis Tileria, former candidate for president of Ecuador and former councillor of the City of London. So I kind of know politics in both worlds. Now, a question for the three of you. If right now we are trying to increase commerce and investment and perhaps employability between Latin America and the UK, which one would you say is the easiest country to do business in Latin America?
Ooh.
No offense.
No, but is there something easy as doing business anywhere in the world? It's never easy. Let's say, I mean, it's always difficult. You have to. I will not mention a specific country because it depends on what sector. Okay, it's not the same investing in tech that investing in mining, that investing in infrastructure. So it depends on many variables. Now, there are countries, of course, I can tell you a bunch of countries, Chile, Brazil, Mexico, that because of the strength of the institution and the economies might be easier than in Venezuela. But maybe if you have oil and you have the good friends in Venezuela, it might be far easier for you. So it really depends. It really depends where.
You
Is this? They can turn this off now if they want. I would say Colombia. No, I can't say. I would say Colombia because of my parents. But the truth is, I think it's if you want to give your business a chance to succeed in LATAM. Because the thing is, it's about if you give your company, if you're opening into LATAM and you want to find the first one to have more opportunity, the truth is it might not necessarily be the one that you want, but just if you're thinking strategically, if I can start with an anchor point, it will give me the leverage to then expand and create opportunities for other ones. Start with a really strong one that gets me a lot of revenue and profit, and then I can use that profit to cross-subsidize into other markets. Because then you can risky markets might take a lot more investment, but then at least you're getting money in to help support that. And because of that, I guess the tactical answer would be that your anchor market should be, even though they're probably a bit more difficult, should be probably Brazil and Mexico. And then once you start with those anchor markets, you get yourself established in there, you then start looking elsewhere. And again, my roadmap would then be, I'd probably go into Colombia, because again, another emerging economy doing really well growth. But then Colombia can act as a hub for the places around it until they get to start up. So you're sort of dominoing across. This would be my safe business answer. But if my family was here, Colombia. Colombia all the way, all the time, 100%.
And of course I'd say Chile, because I spent most of my time there. But I think your point actually highlighting Brazil and Mexico is important, and that's actually can be quite a problem. And so often, from my experience, British business, trying to get them to look at Latin America in the first place is quite hard. The key thing is to get them on a plane and get them there, and then their eyes are opened and they see the opportunities, and actually it's not as difficult as they perceive. But often businesses want to target Brazil and Mexico because they are, of course, the huge markets. So actually trying to build understanding that there are other opportunities, and that's what I think has been great about this conference, is that it hasn't always focused on the obvious players. I thought it was fantastic, Rafael, both your overview generally of the region, but your highlighting of the opportunities in Costa Rica. We heard from the President of Dominican Republic. It's great to have Ecuador's presence here, and other countries in Central America, and also some of the smaller countries like Paraguay, Uruguay, etc. They don't have the profile and awareness. And so again, it comes back to that messaging, back to British business on the wide opportunities there are in the region. And I hope those of you that are from the region will help project the opportunities of your countries, and that those of you who are not from the region will have been incentivized through this conference for whatever companies you go and work for to try and build some of those partnerships.
And for companies, especially, if you want to make success in Latin America, you need to invest in talent. you shall not expect these people who are studying here in Oxford, the very best, going back there to receive local market salaries. They are expecting local market salaries, but global impact. That's not realistic. So companies need to invest in talent. They need to pay them international rates in Latin America so the professionals go back there and they make real change. Otherwise, the talent will stay out. And there is no change. We talk about finance, we talk about capital, we talk about rule of law, whatever. The real key for success and change is talent.
Thank you so much. We are out of time now, but I hope you have enjoyed this as much as I did. Stay in touch because we still have a lot to discuss. We're going to have a break after this keynote, so don't worry, you'll have your coffee or drinks. But yeah, thank you.
That wonderful panel. I don't need this mic. I think everyone can hear me. I'm very happy now to introduce our next speaker, who is here with us all the way from Argentina. So I think if he flew from Argentina, you can stay a little longer. I'm very grateful to have with us here Nicolás Massa. Like I said, Nicolás is from Argentina. Not only did he fly very far, he also is here just a few weeks after becoming a dad for the first time. So he is now the proud father of a 1-month-old. And I have to call his wife and apologize to her for calling him from home. But Nicolás is here in support of, and he will be speaking to us about entrepreneurship. He is the vice president of the Federation of Iberian American Young Entrepreneurs, a network of over 80,000 members across Latin America, Spain, and Portugal. And he also heads up several businesses in healthcare. Most notably and most recently, he's the founder and CEO of Claps Health, a digital health consultancy and data platform based out of Argentina. So with that, let's welcome Nicolás.
Well, thank you very much, Melissa and Benjamin, for inviting me. As she told you, I have become that just a few weeks ago, so I'm a little bit tired. I will apologize for all of you about my English. I hope you can understand me. First of all, I have to ask you, please raise your hand, whom from here are from Latin America? I want to know that. Oh. ¿Puedo hablar español? Okay. And there is any Argentinian here, just to know? Yeah, okay. I'm not alone. Thank you. Well, first of all, as I will keep that Melissa gave a good presentation of myself. So let me introduce about FIGE. FIGE is the Young Entrepreneurs of Ibero-American Federation. Yeah? We are a network of more than 80,000 young entrepreneurs. When we mention young, I mean, nowadays everyone feels young, but we have to put an age in order to cut off. But under 40 is the common age of people who I represent as vice president. We put together 17 countries from Ibero-America. I will explain later a little bit about Ibero-America. We almost speak about Latin America. Now I'm going to introduce also Spain and Portugal and what is so important to be connecting dots between Europe and Latin America. As I was telling you before, we represent 80,000 young entrepreneurs, and indirectly we represent more than 3.7 million business partners all over this region. We are 17 countries from Caribbean, South America, and Europe. And more or less, we think that we approach over 50,000 companies, and we provide employment for more than 500,000 people in Latin America and Spain and Portugal. So what is Ibero-America? Ibero-America is a group of 21 countries or 22 and has a GDP of more than 9.5 billion. So just to get the impact and the size of the market that we're speaking about. But not only that, it has something very common that I think that it doesn't happen in any part of the world. We are over 660 million people that we share the same heritage. We share the same culture. I'm sure that all of you here, when you came for first time in Oxford and you hear a related that was from Latin America, things become much more easier because we understand that. And that happens also with Portuguese and Spanish guys. Of course, we have some differences. We have other challenges in our region. However, I think that it's very important to understand the size of the market, put it all together, and how we can work together, all of you, in order to empower our region and put our region, make growth all this GDP that I was mentioning about before. So, of course, we have some challenges in Latin America. You may be aware of that. Maybe that's one of the reasons that encouraged you being studying here at Oxford, that I congratulate you. It's a privilege to be here speaking at Oxford University. And it's from your side now, the future of us, because as Juan was mentioned before, you have to go back home and share all that knowledge that you have learned here in order to make succeed all of these barriers that we have. I will mention some of them. Of course, we have some problems regarding informal labor. There's still a lot of challenges there. There is a lot of production inefficiency. That's why still we need investments regarding digital innovation to transform all these industries. Of course, there is a great gap in education. I say again, that's the reason why you are studying here. I will be glad to have something similar than Oxford, Harvard, Cambridge down there in Latin America. We have great universities, but still, it's a big challenge for young entrepreneurs to access to education. So, and there where I'm really passionate about that, providing opportunities to everyone, because knowledge is power, and power is economic growth and social growth. Of course, there's a lot of market access barriers. We have too many geographical issues, and also, I will say, when they ask me how is Argentina, for example, I say it's like a roller coaster or an electrocardiogram, you know? It depends, every year change. I'm 30 years old, and since I have reason, like every year you know what is going to expect. Now I'm really positive about the government changes that we're passing through. However, you never know what is going to happen. So we can depend from public sector. We have to work together with public sector, but we have to leverage in ourselves, in the business sector, in the private sector, but we have to do it with conscience, and we have to do it aware of the impact that we can generate. So, as I was telling you before, we have a lot of challenges, but there are a lot of opportunities. Ibero-America region is projected to grow between 1.5 and 2% annually for the next 10 years. There are still a lot of opportunities and a lot of markets to explore. If you're an entrepreneur, you're thinking what solution you can develop, you're in the right place, because Latin America is a gap of opportunities, and we have a lot of things to solve. So there, of course, we can work together in that. There's this renewable energy leadership. You know, Latin America is one of the houses for more of the most potential minerals, oil, and also the minery. So I want to pass through the important point here. Why I think that it's very important speaking about youngs. It's not because I am 30 years old. It's because we represent the 70% of the economic active population all over Latin America. That's a huge amount of people. And we have to provide them by tools. We have to think together in order how we can deliver new solutions in order to improve our region. Our region is still new if we compare it to other parts of the world, as Asia or Africa. We are only, in average, 200, 250 years old of existence. So, but now it's our turn in order to improve this economic situation and social situation. There is something important about the federation in which I'm vice president, is the economic diversification that we have there. And that is very interesting. as I came from a family that is involved in the healthcare industry for more than 40 years, so when I first hear about UNAGE, that is the National Organization of Young Entrepreneurs from Argentina, I was really curious about what I was going to meet there. And when I entered there, I met 500 entrepreneurs that were in the same path that I were. They have already had some challenges that I was passing through, and they were like a supporting network that can help me to resolve some problems that I was having, or just to share new ideas. And of course, it's a great opportunity to have business done, because I think that when it comes to business, we can't speak of business if we don't speak about personal relationships. And that is something that as a Latin American and as an Argentinian, I'm very proud of it. I think that we like to engage with people, we like to get involved, we like to meet the history of the other person in front of us. So that helps a lot in order to make business done. And also, I don't want to forget this, in these organizations, there is no sector representatives. You have all the industries all together. And that is very interesting because it makes you think outside of the box, because you can understand other industries that you're not aware of and think how we can together deliver solutions to our region. So we also work very strongly in empowering all our members, empowering the youth to commit with the social development goals, but commit with the social impact. Being an entrepreneur or having a business is not matter only of making money. Of course, that has to be an objective, but we have to do it with social impact. We have to be aware, and we have to take care about all our population. These are some of the SDG in which our federations are standing on. So just in order to make a conclusion of why I think that there is a strong opportunity working together with youngs. First of all is demographic power. It's expected, we are the 70% of the active population, but that is expected to keep growing in the next years. So it's really important to work from the beginnings with the youth population in order to help them to be prepared for the challengeful future that they're going to have. I think that is something really interesting. In Argentina, we have a program where we go out to schools, to the high school or elementary schools, where we speak to people from 17 to 18 years old, and we provide them like some talks in order to encourage them to not to become a businessman, but in order to show them that it is possible, that we are also youngs, that we have been 17, 18 years old guys. Of course, you have people that are totally out of the average, as was Carlos from Kabak. There are less of guys that hope that we can have more of them. Latin America has become the house of more than 45 unicorns, and that is quite impressive, taking into account all the challenges that we have. And what is very interesting about that data is that 45 unicorns, most of them had been created and founded by young entrepreneurs. So it's possible. We are in an age that gave us, I think that we don't get embarrassed easy. So I have seen you, all of you, during all the day. And once the speaker is out of the scenario, you push over him and then you start speaking to him. And that is great. I mean, because that will help to cut the gap that you have something. When you think that something is impossible, I think that we can make things possible if we work all together. Of course, we are a digital generation, and digital solution, it's leveraging all the development in our region. So that's quite important to work strongly together in order to see how, through the digital innovation, we can focus in our region development. Of course, I can't forget to mention about the collaborative economy. What I want to mean with this? Well, we are a very fragmented region, but we share a lot of things. We speak the same language. I always say that Portuñol is a universal language, so apologize here is Portuguese, but we understand them, they understand us, so that is very interesting. We are 30 countries, so that's very difficult regarding political stuff. Yesterday I was in a dinner where they were speaking, do you imagine Latin America becoming a bloc, such as the Union Europe? I think that it's quite difficult. We have we have the Mercosur, for example, but I think that's not the solution. The solution is that all of you, all the entrepreneurs, all the students, all the people who is leading businesses has to travel, has to get involved with different countries, has to understand. I'm from Argentina, but I have to understand how are things done in Chile, in Uruguay, in Peru, in Bolivia, because it's really important to open your mind and see how we can do businesses between all together. And there is where our federation, it's really important because we are constantly working in putting us all together. We organize different conferences, we organize different spaces where we can share all our knowledge and learn from each other. So that's something I was mentioned before. And nowadays, I think that also we have a great opportunity that is the digital collaboration tools that we have. Nowadays, it's easier. Carlos was mentioning also at the beginning of LinkedIn. I think that all of you use LinkedIn, but there is not only that network that permits us understand who is the other person. So nowadays, the barrier to know other people outside your country or outside your network is much more easier. And that, when it comes to you, that you are here sitting in Oxford, very far away from your home, it's also interesting to connect with people. You have to connect with people. You have to get involved. If we want to make changes, we're in the first Latin America Business Forum in Oxford. This is quite important. When I met Benjamin and Melissa, and they tell me about this, I was really inspired. Of course, I had to solve some things in home before coming here, but I was really encouraged to attend here, and I'm very glad to be here speaking to all of you, because what I want to transmit you is the importance of getting involved, to be part of this. I'm mentioning FIGE, that is one of the federations that exist. There are a lot of organizations of this. You have student organizations, but get involved. And I want to mention something, that is, you are called the diaspora. I don't know if you are aware of that term, but the diaspora is when you go outside your country and you are living outside. So what I think in Argentina, in some political crisis that we have, they mentioned that it was like, or some president that you have to vote, or the exit was Ezeiza, that is the international airport. I think that the exit is not Ezeiza. It's the beginning of the path. Getting away from your country for knowledge, for business, or just for curiosity, it's great to bring back to our region, to our countries, and to empower and to leverage the ones who don't have the opportunity. So for myself, I think that the diaspora is one of the most important things that Latin Americans we have, because as Latin America, I know that the flag of our country, the flag of our region is always with us. We represent the culture, we represent our family, we represent our friends. So it's your mission to get knowledge, to get all that knowledge. You can stay outside of country, you can live outside, but never forget about your roots, never forget about your people. And take it that as become ambassadors of Latin American innovation landscape. There's great opportunities to make business there. Of course, please encourage people to invest in our region. We need investment. We need also knowledge, and we need also people who want to get involved with us. Of course, I think that something that is very characteristic about all Latin Americans is resilience. Everyone in all our countries, we have different stories, different political moments that has put us into a constant challenge. So I think that we have become all natural resilience. And that is something that you don't get it in the university. That is something that is not taught by anyone. It's inside of yourself, and that is the way I think that we can change things. So just to conclude, I will say that the future is collaborative. There is a phrase that I like very much that is, the youngs are not the future, the youngs are the present. So all of you, I don't know what age you are, but probably average the 30s. So it's from your side. Please take all this knowledge, take all the experience that you have here, and go back to Latin America and continue helping growing our region. So I will stop here. I thank you, everyone, for hearing me. I hope has been clear my presentation. I'm glad to connect with you. I'm traveling back home tonight, but hope to keep in touch. And thank you very much, all of you.
Thank you so much, Nicolas. Let's give him another hand. I think this afternoon we've had some really exciting and amazing examples of innovation, of entrepreneurship, of the energy of young people in Latin America. So I hope that you're taking that from the conversations that we've had so far. We have a very brief coffee break now. Very brief. Please come back because the afternoon is still exciting. We have a few more surprises.
Hello, hello. Please take a seat so we can continue with the event. Hello. Can you please take a seat? Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you again for being here. It has been a dream come true for us. I have been inspired by all these amazing stories. And following this storytelling, I want to tell you a bit about how this came to be. As Melissa said at the beginning, we met with President Guillermo Lasso some months ago when he visited the Oxford Union. For me, being in Oxford it is inspiring. I love my Latino culture, but I quite felt alone being the only Ecuadorian in Saïd Business School. And my friends, they were very supportive. They told me that President Lasso was coming, and I was like, I want to meet him. I worked in the public sector when he was president, and I had my questions, I had everything prepared. And when I met him, I met a very special human being. He's very charismatic, such a good person. When we were talking about this summit, he was like, we need to put a theme on it. We need to say that Latin America, uncovered, because there is more opportunities outside the risk. And that was one of our main inspirations for this summit. And I think he was one of the main motors for making this event possible. And I'm really thankful to him and his entire support. Fortunately, he cannot be here in person because he had other double booking agenda in Colombia. But he wanted to still be part of it. He told me that he's coming next year, so if you're here next year, I'm gonna make him be here for sure. But yeah, he sent us a video about what he wanted to basically share with you all from his experience, from people that don't know about Ecuador. He's the former president of Ecuador, but he's also the co-founder of one of the biggest banks in Ecuador. So he knows what he's doing. And without further ado, please take a look at this video, and thank you again for being here.
Señoras y señores, reciban un cordial saludo desde el Ecuador. Me da mucha alegría tener esta oportunidad para dirigirme a ustedes y compartir mi visión sobre esta hermosa y prometedora región que es América Latina. Nosotros, como muchas regiones del mundo, enfrentamos con dureza los impactos de la pandemia. No obstante, en el camino hacia la recuperación se ha instalado una narrativa que posiciona a la región como un espacio de alto riesgo para la inversión. Esta percepción, aunque alimentada por hechos concretos que yo no puedo negar, también está mediada por visiones externas, muchas veces generalizadas y descontextualizadas. Hoy quiero invitarlos a revisar ese relato desde una perspectiva informada, realista y sobre todo esperanzadora. América Latina no es un lugar ajeno al riesgo, pero tampoco es ajena a la resiliencia. Ha demostrado a lo largo de su historia una notable capacidad de adaptación frente a las crisis. Hoy, esa capacidad se traduce en reformas, en nuevos liderazgos, en acuerdos comerciales y en políticas públicas que apuntan a un desarrollo más justo, más verde e inclusivo. Es importante que hablemos de estabilidad institucional y seguridad jurídica. Es cierto que hemos vivido tiempos complejos. Las crisis políticas, las protestas sociales y los procesos de reforma han tensionado la institucionalidad en algunos países. Sin embargo, también es cierto que existen ejemplos claros de fortaleza institucional. Uruguay, por ejemplo, se ubicó en el puesto 24 del índice de Estado de Derecho 2023 de World Justice Project, liderando la región. Chile, Costa Rica y Panamá también han demostrado solidez en sus sistemas democráticos y marcos legales. Perú ha atravesado una sucesión acelerada de gobiernos, 6 en los últimos 10 años. Sin embargo, es justo decir que su economía no se altera y por el contrario crece. Haití, lamentablemente, desde el asesinato de Jovenel Moïse el 7 de julio del 2021, afronta un colapso institucional profundo, donde las bandas criminales lo gobiernan. Pero esa no es toda la historia. En la misma región, otros países han logrado consolidar reformas institucionales que aseguran seguridad jurídica y gobernanza sólida. América Latina no es un bloque homogéneo, lo que obliga a mirar caso por caso, distinguiendo entre quienes erosionan sus democracias y quienes las consolidan. Esta heterogeneidad, lejos de ser una debilidad, representa una oportunidad para identificar entornos propicios para la inversión. La etapa post-pandemia ha acelerado reformas normativas en muchos sectores. Brasil y Colombia están fortaleciendo sus marcos regulatorios para energías limpias. Panamá ofrece un entorno jurídico predecible. Ecuador, pese a los desafíos en seguridad, ha mantenido la estabilidad macroeconómica gracias a la dolarización y se prevé que la economía ecuatoriana se recupere en el 2025. Una continuidad de gobierno, ya que el presidente Noboa fue reelegido, debería traducirse en mayor inversión extranjera. México ha adoptado medidas de protección industrial que, aunque controvertidas, reflejan una búsqueda de mayor autosuficiencia. Argentina, pese a los desafíos inflacionarios, ha iniciado un proceso de racionalización del gasto y de apertura hacia el financiamiento multilateral. Son ejemplos de países que están creando condiciones favorables para atraer la inversión productiva y responsable. Y lo hacen no solo por convicción, sino porque han comprendido que sin inversión privada no hay crecimiento sostenible ni empleo digno. Ahora bien, es innegable que la violencia en algunas zonas del continente afecta la confianza económica. Según Naciones Unidas, nuestra región alberga el 8% de la población mundial, pero concentra el 37% de los homicidios. Este es un problema estructural que requiere atención, pero no puede eclipsar los avances ni las oportunidades. La violencia no es uniforme ni estática. Hay ciudades y sectores con altos niveles de seguridad y predictibilidad. Es allí donde las alianzas con el sector privado pueden ser parte de la solución. Además, muchos gobiernos están reforzando sus estrategias de seguridad con cooperación internacional, inversiones en inteligencia, control de puertos y fronteras y trabajo articulado con organismos multilaterales. La lucha contra el crimen transnacional organizado es hoy también una apuesta por la estabilidad económica. Y a pesar de los desafíos, hay cifras que hablan de dinamismo y que pido se tengan en cuenta a la hora de pensar en América Latina. La inversión extranjera directa alcanzó los 224.500 millones de dólares en 2023, un aumento del 55% respecto del año anterior. Brasil, México y Chile fueron los principales destinos. La pobreza regional se ha reducido del 32.1% en 2021 al 29% en 2023. La pobreza extrema cayó del 13.1% al 11.6%. En Ecuador, durante mi gobierno, la pobreza pasó del 32% al 25%. El 60% de la matriz energética de América Latina es renovable, lo que convierte a la región en un líder global en transición verde. Para el 2025, la CEPAL proyecta un crecimiento promedio del 2.1% en la región, con Argentina con el 5.5%, República Dominicana con el 4% y Paraguay con el 3.9% a la cabeza. Además, estamos viendo una revolución en sectores como el litio, el hidrógeno verde, el nearshoring y la digitalización. América Latina es un proveedor estratégico de minerales críticos, un mercado en expansión para tecnologías verdes y un socio confiable para cadenas de valor globales y resilientes. Yo recomiendo hacer una lectura país por país. Por ejemplo, durante mi gobierno en Ecuador, firmamos tratados de libre comercio con China, con Corea del Sur y Costa Rica, fortaleciendo nuestra inserción en los mercados globales. Otros países han seguido caminos similares, generando entornos normativos amigables con el capital internacional. Las reformas fiscales, los marcos de incentivos para inversión extranjera y los acuerdos para evitar la doble tributación son instrumentos que han dado resultados y que abren nuevas oportunidades. La lucha contra la corrupción también merece ser destacada. Uruguay y Chile, según Transparencia Internacional, figuran entre los países con mejores indicadores de integridad institucional en el continente. Y cada vez más países están adoptando mecanismos de gobierno corporativo, transparencia fiscal y monitoreo ciudadano para garantizar que los recursos se usen correctamente. Señoras y señores, América Latina está lejos de ser un destino sin riesgos, pero está aún más lejos de ser una región sin oportunidades. Hoy tenemos la capacidad de construir confianza desde la evidencia, el compromiso y la cooperación público-privada. El relato de riesgo alto no debe ser una excusa para la inacción, sino un punto de partida para actuar con inteligencia, con estrategia, con información y darnos un voto de confianza. Los invito a mirar más allá de los titulares de prensa, a mirar con datos, en contexto y con visión de largo plazo. El futuro de América Latina no se define por el miedo, sino por las decisiones que tomamos hoy, que ayudarán a trazar un camino más conectado y próspero para América Latina en el escenario global. Hoy, más que nunca, América Latina necesita inversiones que generen empleo, desarrollo y bienestar. Los inversores necesitan aliados institucionales sólidos, una visión estratégica y entornos estables. Es posible tener ambas cosas. Es posible y deseable que construyamos esa confianza de manera conjunta. Muchas gracias, queridos amigos, y muchos éxitos en esta jornada.
El presidente Lasso no pudo estar aquí con nosotros hoy, pero nos está viendo en el live stream. So President Lasso couldn't be with us here today, but he is watching from the live stream. I just heard from his team. He says hi, so I'm hoping we can all say hi too. So will everyone just say hi to President Lasso? Just wave. And let's give him a hand for the video. All right. Thank you all for being here today. I know we've thanked you a few times. We will continue to thank you because this is really exciting for us. And we have a very exciting final speaker who is going to join us. I think you've seen a little bit of a preview of him and his company, Las Farmacias Similares of Mexico, outside during the coffee break. So he will be here in a little bit, but before he joins us, I wanted to take a second to acknowledge what we've already addressed today. I hope it hasn't been lost on some of you because we've put a lot of work into the representation that we've had from across Latin America. So today you've heard from speakers from 10 different countries in the region. We've had Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Guatemala, Peru, y Mexico represented in our panelists, in our speakers, and in our keynotes in present and virtually. And that has been really intentional. We really wanted this to be a Latin American forum and for the space to serve today and moving forward as a place for discourse between Latin American countries and across regions. So we wanted to make sure that the perspectives of each of the largest economies in the region were represented, and I hope that you have also seen that come through. So I think he is here. So I'm going to introduce our next speaker, which is Victor Gonzalez Herrera. He is joining us here from Mexico, as I mentioned, and he is the president of Farmacias Similares. Farmacias Similares is one of the largest chains of pharmaceutical chains in Mexico. We also are very fortunate to have here the founder of Farmacias Similares. So it is an honor, really, to have them both with us today. Farmacias Similares is known all over Mexico and will be known here in Oxford today, too, because of their work not just in building a hugely successful business in Mexico with a large footprint across the country, but also in working to address some of the inequalities that we see in countries like Mexico and other parts of Latin America around access to medicines. So Farmacias Similares has really become well known across Mexico and across the region for addressing those inequities, for working towards making affordable medications accessible to everybody. And they really led the charge on that during the pandemic, but have led the charge on it for many years now. So I'm very happy to introduce El Dr. Simi, who is here with us today in his Oxford sweatshirt. So if you will join me on the stage, come on up. Dr. Simi has a very active social media account, so please follow Dr. Simi and you can see what he gets up to. I've seen him hanging around on a hammock in some parts of Mexico City, so he has a fun time. Okay. that, I'm going to introduce Víctor González Herrera, President of Farmacias Similares. It was all going too well. We've lost Victor, so give us a second while we find him. But yes, he will be here shortly.
about that. Thanks for your patience. And please welcome Mr. Victor Gonzalez, Dr. Simi. Bienvenido.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Bear with me, English is not my first language, but I'm going to try my best. So it's truly an honor and a privilege to be here with you to share a very amazing story. The story behind Dr. Simi and our company, Farmacias Similares. This company started 27 years ago, and I always love to start with this slide. Here, we can see Dr. Simi over here. Who knows Dr. Simi? Raise your hand. Okay, easier. So we love to think that our brand is a love mark. And it's a brand that has connected with millions of hearts all over Latin America and the world. And that's exactly what I'm here to explain. How did we make Dr. Simi become one of the most loved marks in the world? So this is the first slide I always start with. This is Adele. She's actually from UK. Who knows Adele? Everybody? Yeah? So I like to start with this slide because for me, this is the power of social marketing. How can you achieve that one of the most important, famous persons in the world posts in her social media and shows off her Simi collection? But the most important thing is we didn't pay 1 single cent for this. So for me, this is what you can achieve when you do when you follow this recipe that I'm going to tell you about. Not only Adele shows her Simi collection in her social media, but she stops in her concerts to talk about Dr. Simi and to ask her fans to throw her more Dr. Simis. And this has to do with the purpose behind the creation of the Simi doll. And that's going to come after in my presentation. And not only that, but also she puts her whole collection of Dr. Simis in her book that she sells outside of her concerts in Las Vegas. Actually, I think she owes us a little money for this, but it's fine. So to start to understand the Simi phenomenon, we have to go back 27 years ago in Mexico. We have a business case of Harvard University, and all this information comes from this case. They study what happened before and after our company started. So 27 years ago, we had a country with 59% of the population didn't have access to social security. And only from the rest that did have access, only 18% found the medicine they were looking for when they got to the public hospitals. So basically, there was no medicine. There was no affordable medicine, free medicine in our country. You can see here how also in our country, the medicine per unit price was the most expensive of all Latin America, $7.4. So we're talking about 50% more expensive than medicine in Brazil, Argentina, and other countries in Latin America. Another big factor was that we had an oversupply of doctors working basically working as taxi drivers in our country. So many doctors without a job. So all these elements gave the founder a great idea. The perfect recipe, we call it. And voila, Dr. Simi was created. In 1997, Farmacias Similares was created. But most importantly, the great mission, our higher purpose, to give access to every single person in our country. Not only we made a promise of giving high quality medicines, generic medicines, 75% cheaper, but we also open a consultations office next to each pharmacy, a medical office next to each pharmacy for free. And, of course, Dr. Simi was created. This mascot that dances outside of every pharmacy and brings a little bit of joy when people come inside of our pharmacies. And, well, all this the company and everything around it was created by a system. I want to think that our company, what I want to think, we're part of the conscious capital movement. But we basically started before that movement. And we want to simplify this by this Mexican game called Pirinola. So for us, it's very important that every single part that the company has and touches, it's a win-win situation. So when you play this game, it's always going to be a win-win situation. And I'm going to explain how. So the first element is customers. How do the customers win? Here we have a graphic where the red line is the market and the blue line is Farmacias Similares. So the average price in the market was 147 pesos, so around $7 per unit. When Farmacias Similares came to the market, we lowered the price to 36 pesos, basically $1.2, more or less. So as you can tell, so many people in Mexico that were living in a poor state or like in a low income status, we gave access to all these people. We not only gave the access to quality generic medicine, but also, if you can tell here, every year the competition higher their prices 9 pesos per unit, and Farmacias Similares only hires the price 1 pesos per unit. So we became a way of controlling the market. So if Farmacias Similares wasn't there, the red line will be so much higher. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. I wanna clarify that. It's my second presentation in English, but I'm gonna try my best. So what I want to show here is that we opened the generic medicine in Mexico, but mainly we helped millions of people getting access to the most basic thing that is a medicine. So how do the team members win? It's very important for us, the fair payment and treatment. So we have a compensation model where every single person in the group can win over 200% of their base salary. This is done by a system of goals. Depending on your effort, you can win way more. So here you can see the average salary of Mexico, $736, and what a salesperson in one of our pharmacies wins, so $1,450. So it's not even a high position in our company. This is just to show you how we pay over the market. And that's the whole system. Not only to pay fairly, but also to pay good to the people that deserve it. So if you put more effort in the company, you're going to win more money out of it. This is the heart of the company and the system. How does the society win? So next to each pharmacy, we have a doctor's office. And nowadays, we have 8,500 medical offices all over Mexico. 16,500 doctors all over Mexico. We're giving more consultation than the whole country together, the whole institutions of the government together. 163 million consultations per year. So basically, we also opened the access to consultation. That's a big thing for a lot of people. we have to understand that in Mexico, 27 years ago, for a lot of families, it was a decision between giving food to your kids or giving a medicine, because you had to go from a little town far away from Mexico City, travel, take like 5 different transportations, paying the transportation, getting to Mexico City and finding out that there's no medicine and that you had to wait 8 hours maybe to get the consultation, and then you find out that there's not even medicine. So it was a huge problem. We're talking about health. When we're not feeling well, we cannot do anything. There's nothing that we cannot be with our friends, we cannot study, we don't feel good. So we believe that medicine and health is a right, and we have to make sure that everybody gets it. Then, how does the society win? The Group for a Better Country is our group. That's the name of our group. And we have different foundations, nonprofits. One of the biggest foundation or nonprofit that we have is Dr. Simi's Foundation. It has so many different projects around Dr. Simi's Foundation. We are helping around 2 million people per year. So this is one of the biggest foundations in the country. And it's better if you see this video to better understand what Dr. Simi's Foundation is doing today.
Dr. Simi Foundation is a nonprofit organization who provides help to those who need it most. It started 30 years ago in Mexico City and Morelos. In its early days, the programs were focused on supporting social welfare institutions with food and medication, social volunteering, and aid during natural disasters. Nowadays, Don Victor Gonzalez Torres, Licenciado Victor Gonzalez Herrera, and Dr. Simi, recognized as symbols of help, generosity, social justice, kindness, and joy. The vision of Dr. Simi's Foundation is to improve the quality of life for Mexicans through 5 key areas: health, physical and psychological, extreme poverty, education, sports, and environment, developed through 12 social intervention plans. We are the country's most significant social assistance network, with over 1,100 affiliated institutions. Farmacias Similares and Dr. Simi Foundation are among the country's most important organizations due to their social impact and close connection with people. We are the first ones to activate a medical assistance brigade when a natural disaster occurs, helping those who need it most. This year, we responded immediately to help the affected people by the tropical storm Alberto and Hurricane Beryl, bringing them medicine, food supplies, and medical consultations. In the past year, Dr. Simi Foundation has helped 2 million people with food supplies, medicines, free medical consultations. Our psychiatrists network provides almost 2 million psychological consultations. We also have served 446 patients and provided nearly 6,000 services through our 2 Simi Redis, rehabilitation centers which provide care to people with disabilities. In our quest to help communities, we created Colonia Simi, a program that wants to provide dignified housing, well-being, and improvement to underprivileged neighborhoods nationwide. By this date, we have brought joy and well-being to 3 communities: Ecatepec, Estado de Mexico, Guadalupe, Nuevo León, and Mérida, Yucatán. With Colonia Simi, we have given hundreds of homes a new look, set up medical clinics, created community gardens, provided food supplies to families, and renovated the neighborhood sports fields. As part of the project, we even painted Dr. Simi's face on the rooftops. This initiative earned us a Guinness World Record for the world's largest anamorphic mural in Colonia Simi, Guadalupe, Nuevo León, which helped us increase the project's visibility. Thanks to this action, Dr. Simi achieved headlines in national media and even appeared on the cover of international ones. But more importantly, we have changed thousands of lives. To inspire kindness, we launched another program, Kindness Thursdays. Every Thursday, Farmacias Similares randomly gifts a purchase ticket regardless of the amount at each branch.
With this action, we have helped over 1 million people, and we're still counting, 1 person at a time.
We aim to help even more people and create a ripple effect of good deeds, turning it into a way of life. Dr. Simi Foundation strives to go one step further, bringing well-being and joy to every corner of the country and beyond borders. We are convinced that we can create a better world for everyone.
And that's Dr. Simi's foundation. Thank you. And then, like 4 years ago, I started thinking, what are we doing for our planet? No, we were doing something, but we were not being that efficient, that we were not really putting a lot of energy in the conservation of our planet. So we know we have only one home. That's when Simi Planeta was created. Simi Planeta means I say yes, sí, me, to my planet. Yes to my planet. So it started as a movement almost 3 years ago, and now it's a non-profit, it's a foundation, and I'm very proud to show to you Simi Planeta.
Simi Planeta is a project that supports nature reserves in Mexico. We are committed to environmental causes.
We are a foundation committed to caring for the environment.
We are committed with the reforestation of large areas through innovative methods. One of our most advanced techniques is the one with the life bombs. Consist of a mixture of seeds from local trees and a nutritious substrate launched in remote areas from the air. Each bomb has the potential to generate up to 3 different trees. In a single day, we can distribute up to 14,000 bombs, which means the reforestation is more efficient and cost-effective. Also, thanks to the life bombs, we created a music festival with a cause, where each ticket meant an opportunity to sow trees and create new life in Mexican territory. We are proud to say that we have planted over 2.7 million trees, as well as corals and mangroves. We have also released more than 1 million turtles in his natural habitat, ensuring the survival of a fragile species, but extraordinary. We have been recognized in the UK, Venezuela, France, New York, and Los Angeles. 5 awards celebrating not only film quality, but also the positive impact that our initiative generates on our planet. An example of this is Chile, where we have acquired almost 2,000 acres for conservation purposes. In the Guaytecas archipelago, Simi Island is a paradise dedicated to conservation and protection in the face of future threats.
And that's Simi Planeta. Thank you. So we like to think that we are eco-social capitalism. That's the word that I'm inventing recently. It's a company that focuses not only in selling, it's a company that's focused in solving a problem, but also creating a benefit to society and to the planet. And also, we love to do things in a very different way. So our marketing, for us, it's not really marketing. It's social marketing, and it's not even that. But it's a marketing that is not marketing. You know? So I brought 3 examples, or 2 examples of what we are doing recently, cases of this, so you can better understand it. Here, as you can tell, there's a lot of people from Mexico, but there's a lot of neighborhoods like this in Mexico. So who have been in Brazil understand the concept of a favela. This will be the Mexican favela, no? As you can tell, 99% of the houses don't even have paint. So one day, my story was that I was in my car driving down to Cuernavaca, another city close to Mexico, And I saw this neighborhood, and I said to myself, what would happen if we painted the houses? No, at least. And then I thought, but let's not just paint the houses. Let's do something integral, like an integral system to elevate wellness for the community. So I thought in a program and a name for this, Colonia Simi. So uniting the neighborhood in one symbol, but also putting a doctor's office for free, a community garden for free, a place where the community could work out and do exercise, and also a psychological office with a doctor for free. All of this in one. I wanted to see what would happen if I do everything together in one of the most poor neighborhoods around Mexico City. Also, one of the neighborhoods that had the highest rate of violence in the country. And this is what happened. Colonia Simi.
If each of us who can help actually did, this would surely be a different world. This type of project is focused on neighborhoods where there is extreme poverty. So in the beginning, you know that people need it. Health within everyone's reach. With effort and dedication, I believe that anything can be achieved.
A comprehensive development project where a community center was delivered, remodeled, and enabled.
A seed that we hope will bloom or germinate to harvest. Motivate other governments, possibly other countries, to implement projects like this for the benefit of people and humanity.
A neighborhood that wasn't visible for anybody now is visible for everybody. And you can even search it in Google Maps and you get to Colonia City. And giving the neighborhood visibility has helped the community even more because there's more people coming wanting to help the community. So as you can tell, we lower the levels of violence 77.8% in a few months. So for me, this is what it's all about. So mixing helping and winning in the same system, that's Farmacias Similares. Another example of this social marketing is the Thursday of Kindness. This was an idea that I had. I usually meditate every morning. In a guided meditation, I heard that there was the week of random act of kindness in the United States. So I thought to myself, and this is how the ideas come to me, I thought to myself, what would happen if I could spread kindness in my country in a systematic way through my company? So Thursdays of Kindness was created, and the way we did it was very simple. We just gave away one ticket in every pharmacy every Thursday, randomly. We have 9,800 pharmacies in Mexico. We have 680 pharmacies in Chile and 20 in Colombia. So we started doing it everywhere. And the only thing that we asked to the client that got the ticket for free randomly that day is to help us spread kindness. Wouldn't we like a country, a world with more, like way more kindness? And this is what happened. Thursday of Kindness was created.
Every Thursday, Farmacias Similares gives away a ticket in each of its branches, randomly and regardless of the amount of the purchase.
El día de hoy el Dr. Simi le invita a esta compra. Muchas felicidades. Vamos a usted nos ayuda a realizar un acto de bondad inesperado.
Bueno, enferma, pero muy contenta por recibir este gran regalo de medicamentos.
¿Es en serio?
Dr. Simi seeks to help more people and motivate them. We want to cause a chain reaction of good deeds in the world so that they become a lifestyle.
Dr. Simi, el día de hoy le invita a esta compra.
Hay que hacer una cadena siempre. Con lo poco que se tiene hay que ayudar.
So that's Thursday of Kindness. Thank you very much. And maybe some of you are thinking, why would I do that? No? This is just an expense for the company. We have found every single time that it comes back to us 3 times more. We have more clients, more sales, and more happy customers. And they choose our brand over any other competition because of everything that we do to help the society and the planet. It's a mindset. That's the way we take decisions in our company. And all of these things, all of these actions have taken us to this video. I just wanted to, this is my last video, almost my last video, I promise. But, but it's a better way of transmitting like to everything that we're doing because there's too much things going on. So this video is the result of the last 12 months in our company, the product of everything that we've been doing in the last year. And for me, it's been magic. We have achieved things that I thought that were not even possible. Here we go.
Almost 30 years ago, Dr. Simi arrived and he is here to stay, transmitting the joy, the goodness, and good vibes behind everything Farmacias Similares do. But the last year, his role in society transcended in a meteoric way. From being a character in a pharmacy chain to become an entertainment and Mexican culture icon. We created a platform with which we made Dr. Simi a living icon, boosting him into the stratosphere. And well, yes, literally, but we will see that later. We're going to tell you a story. It all started with a Dr. Simi plushie flying through the air and landing on a stage. Aurora, the artist who received it, showed it to the world, and this triggered a big bang. A fortuitous event that made us turn inward and change forever the way we do things. Since then, every concert, every stage, every artist who sets foot on Mexican territory receives a shower of Dr. Simis as a symbol of admiration. Adele, Rosalia, Kendrick Lamar, Ramstein. On our social media channels, the conversation around the plushies broke out. And because the people asked, we decided to make this phenomenon bigger. We created Similandia, which is at the same time a pharmacy, a medical office, and a recreation center for children and adults, inspired by the character. We dared to modify our business and the way we operated to give people a physical space full of fun, in which Dr. Simi comes to life. We went from being a pharmacy to become a place of entertainment. And as one thing leads to the other, we created special edition Dr. Simis with the greatest icons of Mexican culture. We made alliances with Chespirito and Cantinflas. We even made a sneakers model of Dr. Simi in collaboration with Pan Am. Total success, but we did not stop there. In alliance with Disney, we went to galaxies far, far away and created Dr. Simi Jedi, which was sold out in record time. Now licenses and special editions are part of our day-to-day. And one day, someone said, what if we let people customize their plushies of Dr. Simi for their favorite artists? And the Factory of Joy was born. A space where people can customize their Dr. Simi plushies to later throw them to their favorite artist. This activity was so successful that at music festivals and regional fairs, people spent hours in the lines to customize their Dr. Simi. And that's not it. We put thousands of Dr. Simi's plushies into the hands of artists. And we thought, if Simi phenomenon is so big at concerts, why not create our own music festival? And that is how Simi Fest was born. More than 16,000 people attended to Parque Bicentenario to enjoy a unique experience with Dr. Simi and artists such as Anderson .Paak, Jungle, Eli Guerra, and Motel. Our beloved character has become present in different ways in the world of entertainment. For example, in Six Flags Mexico Christmas Parade, where a horde of Dr. Simis in costumes crushed it.
Keep moving, keep moving.
It was such a success that months later, along with Six Flags, we created our own ride, Dr. Simi Tsunami, rubbing shoulders with big franchises like Superman and Batman. And for Dr. Simi, the sky is not the limit. We launched a Dr. Simi into space, generating impact and conversation on our social media. Just a few months later, he went even further. Dr. Simi joined a Blue Origin mission, side by side with the multi-awarded teacher Amy Medina, who was the first Latin teacher to get to space. This inspired billions of Latin Americans, boosting the future participation of the region in the race for space. Dr. Simi was again target of the world spotlights last year, as it broke 4 Guinness records. The first in October 2023 by creating the world's largest anamorphic mural in the municipality of Guadalupe, Nuevo León. The second in January 2024 by creating the world's largest Rosca de Reyes. 4 kilometers of rosca that were distributed among the population of Mexico City. The third was in May 2024 by doing the world's largest mascot suit dance. And the fourth in November 2024 with the creation of the largest Dia de Muertos altar in the world. We generated conversation around Dr. Simi in the media, influencers, and especially in our audience. Now everyone has big expectations about the next thing he will do. Dr. Simi is already part of the culture, and not only in Mexico. His name is already ringing all over the planet with his appearance in the song Fina by Bad Bunny and Young Miko. And not only his name, Dr. Simi is already being seen in many countries around the world. At the Louvre Museum in France, as a part of an exhibition by the artist Alejandro Glad. On the streets of Rome, dressed in the Swiss Guard uniform, generating a stir among both locals and tourists. Sharing the stage with legendary athletes as tall as Shaquille O'Neal. Around the world, Dr. Simi is already a sensation. We started almost 3 decades ago being a pharmacy with altruistic vision. Today, by the hand of Dr. Simi, we're a brand that generates public good, entertainment, and relevant experiences for our consumers. Dr. Simi is no longer a character of Farmacias Similares. Now, he is a big personality of the people.
Thank you, thank you. Was 1 year, 1 year. That's crazy, you know? So the possibilities are endless, endless. When you have a purpose, when you follow your purpose, and when you think always in helping society and the planet, and creating this win-win situation, this win-win system. Just to end, everything goes back to the doll. I always say that the secret of a whole company is inside of this plushy doll, as this doll, this Dr. Simi doll. Why? Because this Dr. Simi doll is created in a factory in Puebla, Mexico, that employs 90% of the people that work there have a disability. So the purpose of the company that is not owned by the group is to give jobs to those people that don't have the opportunities to have jobs. In Mexico, even less. So when they create this Dr. Simi by hand, they started with 100 people, 10 to 20 people. Now there are 1,000 people working in this factory, not only creating the Dr. Simi, but also creating the ropes that the salespeople wear in our pharmacy and our ecological bag that we sell for Simi Planeta. So that's why the secret's all around this store. This product with purpose that helps others and is created with love. So this love is impregnated, injected to the doll, and that's why we think that people love it and want to share this, and these famous people love to be part of this movement. We see our company as a movement. And to end this conversation, I leave you with the most famous doll of Latin America.
We need like a mascot for this, so Dr. Simi was created.
But where are these many dolls coming from?
They come from Cinia, and it is there where all the Dr. Simis that love to throw at concerts are born.
Because I don't know if you knew, but Dr. Simi is made by people with disabilities. It employs over 1,000 people.
Produces 120,000 plushies per month.
Uses recycled materials.
Dignifies the work of people with disabilities.
And is an inclusive company. We are more than just a brand. It's so much more than just a plushie.
Thank you very much. I wanna end like I always end in the tradition, so you can feel what they feel. Thank you. And the last one, thank you very much. It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Víctor.
Gracias.
No, hombre, te la rifaste.
Gracias, muchas gracias. Oye, ¿qué mencionaste?
Nada más. A ver, dale. Está el micrófono. Acá está. Hello, hello. Dale.
And I just want to say that it's a very special day because we have the founder here of Farmacias Similares. He usually doesn't come to these events, but he wanted to come here. It's Victor Gonzalez Torres, the founder and creator of Dr. Simi.
I think we've seen how amazing they do. Can we do?
Thank you.
Thank you. Wow. So this is the ending of the first Latin American Business Summit, as it is today, because it's a different format as it was 2 and 3 years ago. Thank you. I wrote something. I hope this was, I don't know, it was too emotional. Thank you everyone for showing up. Thank you for being part of this first chapter of what we hope becomes a long-standing tradition here at the Saïd Business School. The summit was born from a deep desire to make Latin America more visible. more connected, and more represented in spaces like this. Today is not just an event, it's the beginning of a commitment, a shared one to ensure our region is part of the global conversations, not as an afterthought, but as a source of leadership, creativity, and solutions. I once had a conversation with a Venezuelan friend who said something that he was that conversation stuck with me. He fiercely criticized people who called themselves very proud of the country, but weren't willing to sacrifice even a little bit of their time to help make it better. That hit home, and that was 2018. And it's become a compass for how I try to show up, not just for Mexico, but for Latin America. We hope this summit serves as a reminder that we don't have to be back home to help shape its future. We can contribute from wherever we are, and Oxford, with all its history, resources, and influence, can be a powerful ally if we open the door. There's a reason so many Nobel laureates, prime ministers, and heads of state have passed through these halls. If more Latin Americans can be inspired by this place, or even walk through the Sheldonian doors themselves one day, we just might strengthen the institutions our region so desperately needs. We might build businesses that lead with impact. We might stop being the region that only tries to punch above its weight, and finally become one that leads with confidence, collaboration, and clarity of purpose. Thank you for being here for the birth of something that we believe it's only just getting started. Please.
Someone's left a Yeti cup here. I'll pass that to you in a minute. So I was up here at the very beginning of the day. For anybody who's joined later on and doesn't know me, I'm Amy Major. I'm the Programme Director for the MBA here. As I said this morning, today's event is so much more than the MBA. It's about really bringing Latin America to Oxford, and we've truly done that today. But it has very much been created by these wonderful students. Maria, Melissa and Benjamin, you've been central to this. Please come to the centre of the stage. And could I ask anybody else from the organising committee to please come on stage as well, please? The Latin American MBA student community might be small, but it is very, very fierce. And honestly, I am personally truly proud of what you've just pulled off today. It's been incredible, and I know it's been months of hard work and dedication. You mentioned this morning we've had an Africa Forum for 16 years. Tammy Brophy, my colleague, who's the co-chair of that, she won't mind me saying, but I think this closely rivals. It's on par. It's amazing what you've done, honestly. And you have our absolute commitment to carry this on next year in this format. I do think the incoming students will be under some pressure to deliver, and I'm sure you'll be in the wings providing all your guidance and support. But to all of our distinguished guests, to the speakers, to the whole community that have joined today, and to everybody still online, or perhaps those of you who have joined later, thank you so much. Thank you to all of you. It's been a tremendous effort. I do believe there's some dancers waiting outside for us and some well-earned refreshments. So on behalf of Saïd Business School, thank you very much. And to all of you, I wish you a wonderful weekend. Thank you.
I think Amy and Benha have said all that I have wanted to say and more. I just want to say thank you. to all of you for being here. This event obviously would not have been possible if we didn't expect to have others who would equally be excited to hear from the amazing set of speakers that we've had today, and who are also passionate about what Latin America has to offer and what opportunities this moment presents for the region and for collaboration between Latin America and other parts of the world. We have been just so lucky to embark on this project. We've met some incredible people and just have received the warmest support from everyone in this room who really loves Latin America and sees themselves in its promise. So I hope that you all see yourselves in what the region has to offer, that you will walk out of here with a different perspective on it, that you feel motivated to do something big. Maybe you might not get to work on Simi Planeta or launch Dr. Simi into space, but I'm really excited to say that we can add to this chapter in what Farmacias Similares has done with Dr. Simi at Oxford, and that you similarly strive to do something incredible in Latin America that you can then come back here and tell us all about. So with that, yes, there are dancers outside, courtesy of the Embassy of Costa Rica. So thank you to the Embassy of Costa Rica. Thank you to the ambassador. Thank you for all of our speakers.